Just get the stuff ready on YouTube. Bum, 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 bum. There we go. Sending data. Welcome, YouTube. So we've got 6 series today. Should be fun. It was always a good time. We've got MaxPax versus Solar. We have got ByuN versus Cure. Lambo versus Shameless, best of 5. That's the loser's bracket. SKillous versus Cham, best of 5. Percival versus Harstem, best of 5. And ShoWTimE versus Krystianer, best of 5. The first 2 matches with MaxPax versus Solar are best of 3. As is ByuN versus Cure in the TvT. That's also a best of 3. And those are for the winner's bracket. Those are the winner's semifinals. The other matches are, once again, loser semifinals. Sorry, losers... What are that? Like losers round of 12? Is it losers round of 8 already, actually? No, I think it's losers round of... No, yeah, losers round of 8. Yeah, there are only 8 players remaining. 3 Terrans, 3... Wait, no. No, it is 12. 3 Terrans, 3 Zergs, 6 Protoss. I did math real bad. All right, let's get into it here. Spawning down in the bottom left of Washout, it is Solar. And his opponent spawning up the top right, it is MaxPax for Storm Gaming. In the blue. We just had a new patch for StarCraft 2. Now, it has not yet gone live. It has been added into the editor. But it is very intriguing. Very, very intriguing. We'll talk about it more in the future, no doubt, when it goes live. But supposedly, the plan so far is to reduce the cost of the command center by 100 minerals, lower the ghost supply from 3 to 2, buff Colossus so that their base damage before getting their light upgrade, instead of 10 damage plus 5 versus light, it will be 12 damage plus 3 versus light, which means against all armored units, it is now a much more potent weapon. Very strong. Not quite the same as the, I believe it was the Heart of the Swarm Colossus, or maybe in the Wings of Liberty Colossus, where it did 15 damage flat. And that shit was busted. Absolutely insanely broken. But a huge buff nonetheless. A big, big damage buff to attacks versus, any non-light units. Glaive Adepts, or just Adepts in general, but also Glaive Adepts, will be gaining an attack upgrade bonus where instead of going from +1 versus light, they'll be going to +2 versus light for each attack upgrade, which will mean that once they get +1 attack, even once the Terran gets +1 armor, or... Well, yeah, now Adepts will 2-shot Marines. They will 2-shot SCVs. 2-shot Marines after Stim, 2-shot SCVs after +1 armor. Regardless of whether... Or sorry, after Stim, assuming they have combat shields. If they don't have combat shields, then they don't need to Stim. But it's going to be really wild to see. And then they've removed the load all medevac button, as that thing is bugged as hell and has allowed for a lot of bug abuse. People have been able to put Widow Mines in medevacs as they are burrowed and really just ruin everyone's good time. Not a whole lot happening so far in the early game here. We did see an interesting supply extractor trick out of Solar. MaxPax Not chronoing his first adept. Focusing on probe production. I don't know. What do you guys think about the Colossus? I personally have always thought the Colossus was a very good unit. I've always thought it was super cool. I've always thought it does what it does very well and has clear weaknesses, clear strengths, clear weaknesses, and I think it's a well-designed unit. I'm not against it being a little bit better against Zerg overall. I say that now until 4 Colossus show up with a +2 timing attack, hitting at like 8 minutes, and a bunch of force fields that need double the number of Ravager Biles to break, and I just get rolled over and over and over and over again. We'll see if my opinion changes. But it's a mid-game unit, and generally speaking, I like mid-game units getting stronger. Nice snipe on a drone. MaxPax getting a drone kill without a chrono on the adept? Oh. Yeah. That's good. That's very, very nice. Nothing to write home about, but strong. The players agree not to exploit the pickup bug. They agree not to exploit the pickup bug in professional play, but ladder players are absolutely abusing the living crap out of it. Even some prominent streamers, which is disappointing. And not just for, like, educational purposes, like, oh, I made a video showing off this new abusive bug. It's super broken. This needs to be fixed. Letting people know about it. But just simply to try and get more MMR. Which is disappointing and wrong, in my opinion. 40-40 as we get to the mid-game, which is good for the Protoss, generally speaking. When the Zerg catches up at 40, everything's all Gucci. MaxPax able to snipe down another drone. I do think that if you chrono boost your drone or your adepts, you should need to get damage done. I do think that's a thing. I think that's a choice where you're cutting into your economy. Speaking of which, we do see Solar actually getting supply blocked at 68. That's a little bit unfortunate. Will slow down his worker production. Quite a bit, actually. Oh, MaxPax always so good with these oracles. Does find a kill on a drone. Takes a lot of damage on this one oracle, though. Gotta be real careful about that. He did add a third oracle. And it helps him keep his third base well set up. I wonder if it would be worth it, upon seeing this as the fourth base being taken, to drop the rocks. Turn on the oracle's pulsar beams to kill these rocks. Because what that's going to do, it's going to delete 3 mineral patches. Turns this from a 9 mineral patch base to a 6 mineral patch base. Yes, they're gold mineral or blue mineral patches, so not as valuable as those golds. And in theory, it pushes the drones more likely to mine from them. I think that's not actually a bad move. There's probably a lot better things you can do with your oracle energy. I don't know how long it would take to kill the cooling tower. But it's a novel idea for this map specifically. Especially if you know your opponent's really well defended. Another drone getting picked off. I think just one. Maybe 2. We do have a Spire coming in from Solar. MaxPax did warp in 4 gateways, switch them to their gateway or warp gate mode. And he's added a fleet beacon. We mama ship Russian, baby. How is that going to go here against Solar, who is building a lot of lings? He canceled his roach speed. Solar getting on top of these zealots on third base will find not really anything. Just a cancel on a pylon. Double Adept into the natural is going to be able to find 3 drones. Yes, it looks like it. And now these Blinky boys don't actually have Blink yet, so they got to be real careful. A lot of, well, a little bit of chip damage on this hatchery. Not a crazy amount. MaxPax is brutally supply blocked. He did not replace the pylon that was canceled. That is actually a big problem for him. Because he's trying to build the mothership and it's blocked. Oh, that's a full chrono. Just about blocked there. He is going to be starting to build Phoenixes. He's actually still supply blocked. The Mothership, there wasn't enough free supply to start it. Now it's finally going to get fired up as the second pylon completes. Mutas are in production. The Phoenix are more important than the Mothership right now. I'll say that. But that's a really, really painful supply block for MaxPax. It's going to hurt him a lot. Stalkers have Blink, though. He's going to save it until he can go to the low ground. Grabs a... one Muta? Yeah, that's not bad. One Muta, only 2 probes dying. All right, I'll take that on the Proton. Solar did see the double Stargate, and he saw the... I think he saw the Mothership being produced. Yeah, he would have seen the animation. It just doesn't stay through Fog of War. Oh, that's a really nice revelation. Knowing where the Mutas are coming from is incredibly valuable. One of the most helpful things you can have. Tupac Shakur. Oh my god. Zealots on the left side. They do have +1 weapons, so they will do all right here. Looks like a Contaminate. No, he just started +2 just now. Lanes do ultimately win the fight, thanks to the +1 melee, but they do mostly get taken down. Anion Pulse Crystals will complete, and a lot of the Mutas fall. 6 Mutas dying in total now, and not a single Phoenix has fallen. +1 air weapons started up. Mothership now on the field. This is starting to look pretty solid for MaxPax. He's got a Templar Archives, no Storm though, and it's not yet started. He's taking his own 4th base. We do have Solar with a 5th base now up and running, and look at that. He is prioritizing the gold mineral patches on that new base. Corruptors can do very well here against the Phoenixes. We're switching into Hydras here as Solar, but he's committed to a lot of Corruptors in addition to this. A lot of Lings as well, actually. Also some Banes on the left side. He does have that +1 melee. Bane speed is about to complete. +1 missile. Very close as well. No Hydra speed upgrade, though, so these things are going to be a little clunky. Oracle. Ooh, one of them does get intercepted and killed. No stasis traps at this base. We've got a lot more Stalkers warping in. The Time Warp will be very important here. A couple of Changelings here as well. There's the Time Warp. It's not amazing, but it does enable a pick-off on a few units. It's not amazing, but it certainly wasn't terrible. Oh no, these Phoenixes! I gotta be so careful. He does lose a couple of them. He has switched more into ground. Nice stasis trap there. Decent little bait from MaxPax. Overseer being put into its siege mode. Mothership is a relatively soft target. I don't like Tempest here. I don't think Tempest are what you need at all. You're facing off against a heavily, heavily committed layer tech army. Storm would be a far better investment. Or just more Archons. Tempests are not necessary. They're nice. They're good units, but not in this scenario. That's not what they're made for. Oh, Mothership survives on 13 HP. The shield battery keeping it alive. Corruptor's going to try and dive in on top of it. Again, they will get it. No energy recharge was used to recharge the shields. If it had been, he would have kept that Mothership alive, and he might have another Time Warp right now. As it is, though, MaxPax doing a great job. Blinks to the right side to clear up this army. The Hydras just got their speed completed. There's no transition just yet for Solar. He's going to try and tunnel vision this base. Will he get it? Yes, just barely. But it comes at the cost of his entire army. That was not worth it. Meanwhile, other side of the map, we do have Zealots getting in here, finding a little bit of damage. Unfortunately, this game was made without game heart, but it was made with heart. Purity of heart. Oh, man, imagine an energy recharge right there, and he keeps the Mothership alive. He can actually cloak up this base, and then the Hydras can't kill it, and all of a sudden, it is MaxPax way ahead in resources lost, army supply, and he's got a comparable eco to his opponent. As it is, he is equal in army supply, a little bit ahead, quite far ahead in army value, and definitely ahead in army quality. Way ahead in resources lost, but not keeping up with his opponent's eco. If that base didn't get sniped, Solar would be in a world of trouble right now. And as it is, I still think he is. I still think he's in a really, really rough spot. Zell's trying to hit multiple bases here. It's a little bit more difficult to keep track of the run-bys when you've got this frenetic activity. And no game heart. It is kind of a good habit, though. Develops good habits. He still doesn't have Storm. Going for Archons, Tempests. MaxPax playing a simplified style. And I'm not going to say Storm is overrated. I think Storm is very, very, very good. But it's not always necessary. And sometimes simplifying your composition, especially if you're playing with ping, can actually be a decent choice. That being said, I do think Storm is overdue, and I'm glad he's getting it now. Also getting +3 weapons. +2 missile. The only upgrade we see for Solar as a transition. These Zealots on the right side, they're actually going to run away and buy a fair bit of time for MaxPax. Oh my god, they even slipped through. Meanwhile, on the left side, Stalkers running into this Hydra army will be able to trade reasonably well with it. Archons are going to make a dive on top of the mothership. Very difficult. These Time Warps, I don't like them. I do not like them. You want to be using Time Warp as a proactive ability as much as you can. To be fair, he's on the defensive. But that didn't really move the needle for him at all. Storm not yet done. +3 weapons not yet done. Either mothership is trying to stay alive. Cloaking field will finally be taken care of, but that was so many corruptors going down for that. That was not at all worth it for Solar. Not at all worth it. He does need to make use of his bank, and he needs to keep MaxPax's supply from getting higher some way, somehow, but I mean, he's just been Layer Tech Zerg for so long. Layer Tech Zerg really, really struggles to scale. And this has all been before Storm's completed. Now it's done. We're actually going to have MaxPax able to make use of that very strong ability. Zealots on the left side. Solar morphing in a ton of Banes to throw at the 4th base. MaxPax, though, he's on his 3rd mothership just about. Oh, these cannons are very clumped up. Solar can kill quite a few of them. Probe's going to pull. Instead of running to the right side, he just kind of chilled there. Messy fight at the front. Meanwhile, Zealot counterattack. Ooh, that's going to start to cause some damage. Solar's done a really good job of not dying to these Zealot counterattacks. They are usually the best thing you can do against Layer Tech Zerg for relatively minimal investment. Oh, the Archon going to try. Oh, look at that. Plugs the gap. Pylon can be blown up, but he is not going to get a whole lot of value for that. Really good defense from MaxPax there. Both players losing a lot of economy. Solar. Oh, he's lost a fair number of drones on the right side. He was at 80s, high 80s, mid to high 80s. Now down to just 69, which in this scenario is not nice. And with MaxPax now on 5 bases. Storm, Tempest, Archon, Blink Stalker. Sure, the Blink Stalkers are not the most powerful units, not compared to like Immortals, but they're doing the job. This is probably going to be the last hurrah of Solar. He needs to break his opponent, and I don't think he can. Corruptors diving on top of the mothership. They won't get it. GG is going to be called. MaxPax holds and will take a 1-0 lead. Actually, let's take a look at the resources lost here at the end. 16,000 in favor. 2 motherships die. 6 Tempest, 7 Phoenix for 35 Corruptors and 12 Mutas. Mutas didn't get a whole lot of probe damage either. MaxPax was on point there. And I mean, to be fair, I'm pretty much always critical of MaxPax for his Tempest builds. And by not Tempest builds, when he goes into Tempest. But his control, his unit control is so good that even though it may not necessarily be the right unit for the job in XYZ scenario, it puts the Zerg on such an unpleasant state of mind and such a timer that it can oftentimes be the right call, whether it's the right call or not, you know? Covering any of the Take TV matches? Which ones are those? Do you mean Home Story Cup? I did cover Home Story Cup. I covered a little bit of it. I still haven't gone back and covered some of the matches from before, but I do plan to do so. Man, the 300 mineral CC is actually so crazy. If it goes through. Group A Spieltag 2? Wait, there's... Take TV? I don't think... Oh, this is... Okay. Okay, this is Crank Gathers. This is SC Evo versus... StarCraft 2. If Crank would let me cover them, I would absolutely cover every single game. I can try reaching out to him. I am a big fan of SC Evo. I've really enjoyed it. So it would be super cool. But can you remind me after Soup only on lives? Yeah, that's fine. I can't cover it live. Because I think it's, like, not even... Not even really a thing. Bum, bum. I think it's sponsored to replay only after it's over and all that. Maybe? Maybe. All right, let's get into game 2. Game numero dos. Welcome to the folks watching on YouTube. A really good game from MaxPax there. Survived some very scary stuff. No game heart for this one either, unfortunately. It's fine. I love... I've cast a bit of SE Evo, Tekinyor. I'm a big fan. I really enjoy it. All right, let's get into game 2 here. Spawning down in the bottom left of Old Sun Temple, it is Solar. In the red. And his opponent spawning down on the bottom right. It is Sidestorm Gaming's MaxPax. In the blue. Now, we don't see it from the player's perspective, but I'm going to say this in probably for a while. Might even continue to say it even, you know, months into the ladder. Just because I feel like a lot of people are going to forget. If you spawn on the right side, your opponent cannot also spawn on the right side. So if you spawn bottom right, your opponent must be bottom left or top left. And vice versa. Spawn on the bottom left, your opponent must be bottom right or top right. Solar going for an Extractor Trick 13 OV. And is it going to be... Okay, it is going to be a 16 hatch still. Yeah, honestly, the CC change to 300 minerals, if it does go through, would be a bonkers change. Like, absolutely crazy. Absolutely crazy. Like, I wonder if that would lead to, for example, like, would we see players going 4 CCs off 2 bases, you know? It would lead to mass extinction of other races. I love the smiley face with that. It would lead to their mass extinction. Wink. Winky face? Haha. Yeah. Happy tree friends type of stuff. It's a grand audience idea. Grand audience. What does that mean? Also, welcome Peon Poo. Always a good choice. Got a real Bob Ross vibe to it. Yay! Happy! Oh, SE Evo for fun. Oh, yeah. Oh, man, I love SE Evo. I'm gonna make an effort when we get our wrist unbroked, which it technically is now, but I need to rebuild a bunch of strength and all that jazz, yada, yada, yada. I'm gonna make an effort to... try and play some more SE Evo. Oh, Ling on the other side of the map does get saved, or pardon me, Probe does get saved. 2 Lings getting in there. Did he see the Stargate? No, but it's MaxPax, so you can be pretty sure. Are there any breakpoints for Adepts versus units with the +2 versus light buff? Well put, Teganor. That is elite bladder control for sure. Oh, nice snipe on the Probe. MaxPax with a cheeky little mineral walk to try and save it, but wasn't able to do so. We are going to be seeing an Evo chamber coming in here from Solar. Once again, this is the OSC 2026 mid-season playoffs #1, presented by OSC and SC Eddie. Ooh, double Stargate after the first one. We going triple Stargate, baby. This has got to be Phoenix. Yeah, mass Phoenix coming in here. I feel like it's been so long since we've seen mass Phoenix play, like at the pro level. But I think it's... I don't know. I like the idea of products mixing things up. It does have a lot of difficulty against +1 melee, generally speaking. If this was Hero, it'd be Void Rays, along with the Fleet Beacon and Mama Ship. I did hear he was playing a lot of Sky Toss. Oh, find a drone here on a transfer attempt. MaxPax leaving the Pulsar Beam on. Does get a really wide arc rotation, and he gets an additional drone. Oh, he still left it on. And there's just enough juice left in the tank to snipe a 3rd drone there. That is really, really nice. This does feel like the kind of map where Phoenixes could be decent, But I feel like they'd be a lot better if it were cross spawns. A lot more opportunity to pick off reinforcements, kill overlords, kill drones, and if your opponent commits to an attack... Oh, wow, that's a really hidden overlord. If your opponent commits to an attack, it's a lot easier to cut off reinforcements. As it is right now, this is going to be awkward. Now, Solar, he hasn't seen anything yet. Besides really that one Oracle, he hasn't even seen the 2 additional gases yet. MaxPax is going to now reveal the Phoenixes at 6. 7th one right behind. How many OVs do we get? Are we going to try and get queens? Yeah, we're going to get 1 queen. He should be able to kill these other queens, I think. Maybe. Solar, not prepared for this. 1 Phoenix is in some trub. But it does, I believe, get saved. Yeah, he did save it. Oh, my goodness. All the queens going down. Only 1 left on the field, and it is protected by just a singular spore. He can dive that if he's so inclined. And he's going to not, because he doesn't really need to. He can kill like 4 overlords here. They're not actually properly positioned. Oh, that's a big problem for Solar. Hydras will start to pop out, and they're actually easy pickings for the Phoenixes in a scenario like this. Sheesh. Changeling does get dropped in the main base. He scouts the mothership, or sorry, the fleet beacon. Oh, even another couple of OVs getting taken out here, just kind of in the wrong area of the map. 1 Phoenix did die. The Hydras are now out. But this was such an incredible start here for MaxPax. Nidus Swarm, though. Okay. Oh, man, we're going straight Tempests. Again, no. I mean, they're good defensively. I don't know about this. With +1 air weapons almost done, I know carriers take a long time to build. But carriers are so good against Hydras. To be fair, Phoenixes... well, okay. If you're worried about an attack now, Tempest scout out on the field much quicker, and you don't need to rely on small numbers of interceptors, which is tricky because you need to hit a critical mass to beat the Hydras, even though the +1 air is going to be huge. Nidus Worm is going to get dropped. The thing is that, yeah, the Tempests are tricky to keep alive, but if you can, it's good. There's a lot of cannons. Oh, he adds Void Rays. Goes for Onion Pulse Crystals. This is the first he sees the Nidus Worm. If the Mothership can get out, that's going to be big. Stasis Trap. Not bad. Nidus Worm at the top right. MaxPax can just give up the 4th. He does not need to hold that as long as he can hold the 3rd. This is where all of his cannons are. Sentry did warp in. It drops a force field. Gonna keep those cannons a little bit safer. Queens, they do not want to be here. Not off creep. They give up immediately on this position. MaxPax should just cancel this Nexus. Yeah, right call. He builds 1 Void Ray, now another, and now adds a carrier. I really don't know about Void Rays here. I feel like... Oh, there's the Mothership. I feel like they're maybe not the right call. Is there a wrong call, though? Well, yes, there is. But in a situation like this, MaxPax is in such a good spot. I really do think carriers win this game, though. +2 air weapons, and just go for carriers from here. Solar did get up to 84 drones, but I think he's probably going to be too poor to afford enough Corruptors to overwhelm. To be fair, the Void Rays are good against that. But I think the biggest thing, and he's finally done it now, but the biggest thing for me is start that +2 carrier or air weapons right away. That's got to be a super, super big priority, even if you have to cut a couple of air units to do so. That being said, MaxPax held. He's in an amazing position. Already up 1-0 in the series. This is just a funny smattering of Sky Toss. Solar getting Overlord speed, +1 missile, and Flyer Carapace. Once again, no Hive. No Hive tech. Layer tech Zerg. I don't know. If +2 air weapons gets out, I don't really see this working. But there is a pretty large timing. There's a pretty large timing where +1 Flyer Carapace is done. Oh, the Phoenix is going to find a good number of Overlords on the top side and also going to be able to kill the drones that were transferred over to this base to saturate the gases. Funnily enough, Solar had a couple more just on their way over. So it's actually not the worst thing. The worst thing for Solar here is that he got supply blocked when he's trying to max out and kill his opponent before MaxPax becomes unkillable. MaxPax, by the way, he's floating all of a sudden a ton of cash. Oh, wow. He builds 2 additional Robos. Storm. The Archons are going to be good here, but I think he's misreading this. I don't think he needs Robos at all. That is like the last thing he needs. He needs just to finish his upgrades and to survive. Oh, no. If he loses +2 air weapons, that would actually be kind of a disaster. There's 29 Corruptors on the field. The Archons are good, though. So is Storm. If MaxPax finishes all these upgrades, by the way, though, charge +1 weapons, +2 air and Storm, the timing window is officially closed. And I think Solar has kind of acknowledged that fact, even without having those upgrades necessarily done. Infestation Pit. It is going to complete. MaxPax survives building those 2 Robos. And they're obviously good to have. Now it's a maxed out 4-base Protoss with actually a ton of minerals in the bank. Corruptor's going to go for a dive here. That's actually a really good Time Warp. I was critical of his Time Warps in the previous game. That was an amazing one. That killed like 5 Corruptors or more. Or basically just the spell's cooldown. Yeah, 5 Corruptors dying. And maybe he gets 1 Phoenix. That's something MaxPax is actually happy to lose, I think. Spinecrawler protected by the Lings here. You have Solar getting into +1 Carapace, +1 Flyer attack, +2 Missile. MaxPax, I think +3 air is a pretty big priority here. Or at least it should be. Gonna clear a little bit of creep. That's also a good move. Oh, there's that +3 air. Huh. Decent concave for Solar. The Hydra's in the back is good. Fungal Growth is added in and will be quite strong here. Storms on the Queens, not exactly the best thing. Time Warp going to be back off cooldown right now. Good transfuses from Solar. Resources lost, heavily favoring MaxPax at this point. There's that +2 Flyer Carapace finally coming in. Warp Prism taking a very optimistic route over top of a ton of creep. MaxPax's going to say, okay, fine, we'll clear that up. Oh, that's a big fungal on the ramp. Time Warp to try and block the engagement. And it does successfully force Solar back. A lot of the Banelings going down as well. I think MaxPax has the army he needs to win this game. Say the line, Roddy. This is hell for the Zerg. $14 gates, by the way, have had their Warp Gate tax paid. First Viper in production. Storm gonna actually kill an Infestor and a couple of Hydras dying as well. MaxPax just sitting at the bottom of this ramp, menacingly.
He's just sitting there, menacingly.
And it is unpleasant. I cannot tell you how big the air upgrades are. There's such a huge difference. MaxPax slowly but surely pushing his way forward and forcing Solar back into his own base, all the while killing Hydras, Corruptors, Queens. And the army supplies, or the supplies of both players have not dropped much. Big storm on the Queens and Hydras once again. MaxPax, he is not going to be stopped here with this army. His bank is enormous. And he is nearly 10,000 resources lost ahead. More than double the value. The cost efficiency as well. Corruptor's finally maybe going to find an angle to snipe an air unit or two, but well unable, far unable to actually beat the army. And MaxPax wins game numero 2. Solar was building 9 ultras behind this, but if you can't touch that air army, those ultras are meaningless. Absolutely and totally meaningless, and he was completely unable to even get a hand on that air army. Well done. Yeah, you need... Against that air army, you need the fungal, you need the Viper, the parasitic bomb. MaxPax had a pretty gigantic open timing window with which to kill his opponent there. And he did so. He did so. Pashka TLT with the 3-stream streak. Very cool. Very cool, very cool. And with that, MaxPax will move into the winner bracket finals. Taking the 2-0 over Solar. Liquipedia has these listed as a best of 5, but they are in fact the best of 3. One of the matches between Cure and SKillous was actually mistakenly played as a best of 5. And it's really unfortunate for SKillous because he actually... You know, maybe the vetoes are different, maybe everything's a little bit different, but he actually won the first 2 games. So, all else equal, he would have actually advanced into this match that we're about to cast. But instead, Cure was able to reverse sweep and win it 3-2. Very painful for him, obviously. Does mean we're going to have ourselves a TvT here. Cure versus ByuN. TvT best of 3 winner semifinals. Go live notification failed to update. Okay, that's fine. I don't need it to go to update. I just need the regular one too. Weird. Thank you, Twitch, for just being weird for no reason. For example, you said or did something bad to me, and I will remember this and will think bad about you, and it may affect my behavior in the future. For example, I may decide not to help you if you ask me for help. How would you call me? So he means an adjective to describe the person. An adversary. Maybe? Adversarial? Like an enemy? What's the word in English? An adjective to describe a person. Yeah, probably an adversary. If you trusted them, then traitor. Traitor would be very... that's like a really sharp one, for sure. Yeah, holding a grudge would be... But I would just remember something bad about you, like hold a grudge. What's a good word to describe someone that you hold a grudge against? That's a good question. Yeah, you're feeling resentful towards them. But the word you might describe... might use to describe them would probably be... Yeah, you could say resentful towards them. You feel resentful towards them. But describing them... Yeah, they might be like an adversary, which is just another synonym for enemy. I guess it depends on your prior relationship with them. Niagas. Yeah, that one's definitely one. That one's pretty intense though, for sure. I think we do have a word for that in English. For sure we do. I'm just trying to think of one that's like not that bad, but like definitely conveys that you're unhappy with this person. Yeah, because like Nemesis and Rival are too strong. Definitely. An irritant. Fiance Fast had irritant. That's not a bad one. That's like... Yeah, grudgeful might actually be in the dictionary, but it's definitely like a weird word. Like, people wouldn't use it, I think. I don't know if I would say acquaintance. Acquaintance is someone that you're like at minimum neutral with, usually positive, yeah. A pest is a good one. A pest, Fiance Fast with another... Damn, she's got her thesaurus brain today. Pest is a pretty good one. A nuisance. Yeah, I would say you could call them a nuisance. Yeah, thank you very much, Zealous on, by the way, for the Prime resub at 2 months. An Afrikaan word. Jackass is another way that people use, but that's just like a general derogatory term that can cover anything. Did it have to be called anything and just move on? I mean, that is the better way to live your life. This is more of just a study in English. Pest has connotation of a living thing where nuisance doesn't. That's true. That's true. Backstabber's not a bad one. But that means that they've done something to betray you and you were friends before. Contemptible. Contemptible is, that is... Yeah, that's a pretty good one. I mean, grudgeful is a weird word, but that doesn't mean it's wrong. It's just, it's uncommon. Yeah. Yeah. This is all just like, this is not... Yeah, we're not like calling anyone this intrinsically. We're just, for me at least, I'm like, oh, I always find etymology to be interesting. I like language and whatnot. Aggravating is a pretty good one. Aggravating is a really good one. When you find someone aggravating, usually that does just mean like you're really annoyed by their behavior. But no, aggravating is a really good one. That's actually a really, really good one. I actually, you know what? I think that's it. I think aggravating is... Yeah. I think that's the answer there. Oh man, this one also made without game heart? No. Sag. That's okay. I find Protoss players aggravating. Artosisu. Aggravating is when a person triggers you or a thing. I guess we don't have as much of a word for this, maybe as we thought. Infuriating is pretty good. Oh, yes. Can anyone confirm that there's an update? There is. The update is not live yet. Apparently, we already have 5 changes. So, Patches wrote them all down. Let me just post them in my Discord real quick. So there are 5 changes. Command center cost reduced from 400 to 300. We're going to do it with this one. 400, 300. Ghost supply increased or decreased from 3 to 2. Colossus damage from 10 base plus 5 versus light to 12 plus 3 versus light. Adept ground attack bonus goes from 1 plus 1 versus light to 2 plus 2 versus light. So let's say the Adept normally does 10 damage per attack versus unarmored targets or armored targets. Now it would do 12 damage when it gets plus 1 weapons instead of 11. And versus light targets, it would do, instead of 22 damage per attack, into 24 damage, I believe, per attack. It will now do 22 damage into 26 damage per attack. Wait, is that right? Yeah? Oh man, am I? Okay, I need to do some napkin math later. And then also a big one: load all button removed from transports, because it is bugged as shit and they can't seem to make it work. So they're just like, well, we're leaving that. We're removing that. I do think 300 minerals for command center is a fucking crazy change. That is so huge. They're increasing larva. They are not. No changes to Zerg. 300 mineral CC is a massive buff. I think it might be on the level of like the original larva buff. I'm not sure, but it's really, really massive. It's really massive. Yeah. Why not Nexus 300 then? Because Terran's economy scales worse because of Chrono Boost. I actually think the idea of it is not insane, but I think 100 minerals is a pretty huge difference. Where can I read the notes? You can't. There is no link. It's not up on Blizzard. I put it in my Discord. Patches found it. So big shout out to Patches. We love Patches. Thank you, ESO23, for the follow. All right, let's take a look at YouTube. Oh, nothing. Nobody's chatting on YouTube. Interesting. Maybe when I banned the person from the channel before, everyone was like, oh my God, I'm so scared. Please tell me if that link doesn't work. It should be fine. It should be fine. It should work. All right, let's get into this here. New series. Spawning up at the top left, it is ByuN for the Shopify Rebellion. And his opponent spawning down on the bottom right for Team Liquid's Cure. In the blue. And if you are happy and you know it, clap your hands. I feel like they now need to buff Toss Eco. They buffed Terran and Zerg massively. I actually don't know, because they scaled the Zerg improvements back so much. I don't know if Toss needs something against Zerg, but I will say the command center change is pretty huge. To other chat? Yeah, of course. Yeah, I posted the changes in the other chat. Oh, Cure is proxying 12 worker. Wawa weewa. Is the CC change to counter the larva change? It's to equalize it. Yeah. That's the idea. You know what? I wouldn't actually say that's a bad idea, Professor Nuggy PhD. Increase the cost of the orbital to compensate. Still 50 minerals cheaper. You still get the command center faster. But the total cost is better. It means you get to build the CC earlier and it's safer. All right, Proxy Reaper. We do have... Oh, it is Command Center. It is one... Oh my god, it's Command Center first! Oh, no. No, 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 no. I was so focused on, well, chat and then looking at Cure's build. I didn't even realize ByuN is dead. Command Center first. It don't matter. It don't matter that ByuN has done this on the high ground. CC first. Unless Cure massively screws up the micro. ByuN has been hardcore build order countered. Marine first. Oh, and it's even rallying towards the ramp, which means it is going to get jumped immediately. And he just instantly GG's. Yep, he knows there's no way you can possibly hold that. No way. Well, build order wins do happen. And to be honest, I think they should. I think if you... To be fair, that would have happened on the previous patch as well. If you go Command Center first against a Proxy 2-Rax Reaper, you are going to die on any version of the game, really. That is a build order loss that will echo through eternity. That's always meant to be an auto loss. What world would you be able to defend that? Command Center first against Proxy 2-Rax Reaper? Platinum versus ByuN, maybe. Even then, I wouldn't feel confident. Like, I legitimately think that if the Platinum player knew that they were up against Command Center first... Is that fair to say? What level of execution would you need to be able to beat ByuN in a scenario like that? I literally just... Because all you need to do... You don't need to do any fancy micro with the Reapers. You literally just need to build them when you're supposed to build them. Kill the first Marine. And then not get surrounded by SCVs. I don't know... I'm pretty... A Masters player, I think, would absolutely be able to win that scenario, especially after the first Marine goes down. But, like, you would have to be really, really, really bad with the unit control and execution in order to let the Terran player survive. The Command Center first player. Just camp the barracks. Exactly. You don't even need to move forward is the thing. We want to see ShoWTimE? ShoWTimE will be there. Welcome, Chester, Brian on YouTube, Saito, Kindred, Charles, and Teddy. Yeah, no, I think I wouldn't necessarily say most players, but I think absolutely any semi-pro player or above, regardless of race, would be able to beat ByuN there. Yeah, just because that's such a hardcore build order counter. Yeah, they're good enough with Reapers. The skill level is enough that you're going to be able to win that. And then, yeah, for sure any Masters level Terran or above, I think. The only thing would be if they got in their own head, freaked out a whole bunch, and then completely threw. Like genuinely commanded the Reapers into the mineral line and got surrounded. And even then, you might have to do it twice. I'm, of course, just talking about the normal level of execution. All right, here we go. Spawning down on the bottom left, it is the Shopify Rebellion's ByuN. In the red. Initially rallied his command center behind his mineral line for a moment. Kind of interesting. Spawning up at the top right, it is Team Liquid's Cure. In the blue. If he falls out of his chair, mouse, and keyboard. Cyril is a very good Terran player. He is. He is. I will say it was pretty cool when Harstem was playing versus... I think Harstem played versus Gumiho or something. And... playing versus Gumiho in Home Story Cup. And he wanted to see... Because people talk about unlosable positions, blah, 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 all that jazz. And it was a game on Oceanborn. And he wanted to see how many seconds he could go back and beat like a... I want to say it was like a 5k Terran or even a 5.2k Terran if they took over from Gumiho's position. And it was a well-developed macro game. It was a 3-base Protoss versus a 2-base all-in Terran, or a heavily committed 2-base Terran. And it was really, really interesting because I think going back 9 seconds from the GG, Harstem was actually able to win the game. But he did that with a pretty well-developed tech tree in a matchup PvT where all he needed to do was actually, technically speaking, survive. Hey, thank you, Dave Testa, for the Tier 1 resub at 61 months. 8 more months to go. Nice. Just a preview of what's to come. Hope you're doing well, my man. We are going to be seeing a double gas this time out of Cure. ByuN did go for the 1-Rax expand on the low ground this time. Yeah, we talk about like unlosable, unwinnable, untenable positions in games as it's an abstract concept because we're assuming a certain level of competence from players. But sometimes mistakes do happen. Cure, by the way, does get a couple of SCVs here. ByuN on the other side of the map. Oh man, this is really, really messy. Really messy. They've missed each other. Cure is building a Cyclone. ByuN doesn't have anything on the way. Not really. He's got a couple of Marines. I think Cure wins this by virtue of the Cyclone. Oh my god, is this just going to be like an 8-minute series? Marines are out. Good timing on the secondary SCV pull. If he gets this one Reaper, he could be okay. Cyclone is out. Both players losing a crazy number of workers here. Oh, ByuN did not pull his SCVs to block the escape path of these Reapers. That means Cure is going to find a lot of additional damage. He's got his own CC done on the low ground. It's not an orbital yet, but he just now has the money for that. And there we go. He will swap it. Only a 2-worker lead. And since the orbital's not done yet, ByuN is actually going to be ahead in economy as the secondary mule kicks in. And will pretty much be equal. Wow. Absolute bloodbath to start it out. But this Cyclone, there's actually no contest for it right now. Ooh, if he gets the Hellion, that'd be really nice. It will escape to the high ground, but even just being able to kill a single SCV here, which he will get it, Oh, that's so freaking nice here for Cure. If he can hide the second Cyclone and bait ByuN out, Cure may be able to, I mean, at the very least, keep his opponent off the low ground. And because of that STV kill, this is a really, really huge advantage for Cure. And it is starting to compound. Did ByuN get a little supply block? Oh, there's the double lock on onto the Cyclone, but it's broken. And now ByuN able to get a kill. Oh, he needed that so badly. My God, he needed that as badly, as desperately as you possibly can. Starport timing is done for Cure versus not started yet for ByuN. There we go. He throws it down now. Obviously, as we can see here, he invested in the Cyclone's Magfield Accelerator upgrade. So not losing his own Cyclone and killing his opponents is actually gigantic. Because Cure did commit to a third Cyclone. ByuN does have a way back into this game, and that is basically catching this medevac with 2 Cyclones inside. Thanks to this Magfield Accelerator. I really do like that ByuN went for this. He is going to be a little bit supply blocked here. Oh, he's got a depot finishing. No, it's not going to block any SCV production. That was just really, really clean. Oh, Magfield. It does get shown. He saves one Cyclone, not the other. Magfield makes it go so that you, instead of 6 ticks to kill an enemy Cyclone, you only need 4. Which is huge. Absolutely massive. Yeah, resume from replay allows for some really cool stuff. We are going to see Cure trying to leverage this advantage he's gotten early, even though it's small, or at least perceived advantage, into a much... well, into just a really, really strong position. That's a really good spotter Marine. Cyclone getting blasted there by the siege tank. ByuN is going to try and intercept some units on the map here with his Cyclones, but he needs those at home. He did get hit by 2 very big tank blasts with his Marines. If those Cyclones were home, this would have been a very different scenario. Ooh, we do see the medevac getting hit by that Magfield. That's going to mean he can't lift up into the main. Really, really nice find. Also looking for this one tank. The Cyclone keeps its lock on, will get the kill on that siege tank. ByuN doing phenomenal work here. He's going to lose a depot. Will supply block him. Killing that medevac, killing the tank. Huge, 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 huge moves. Oh, ByuN, nice job here. He's going to force these Vikings back into the air, and the Vikings of ByuN going to be able to kill both of them. And, oh my God, what a defense from ByuN. Stunning, impeccable, brilliant. And he even almost gets another tank there in the middle. These Cyclones, man. Putting in work. Liberator in the natural does get 6 kills. That's a lot of damage. Oh, without that damage, I would actually say ByuN's ahead. He would have had a faster 3rd CC, equal on workers, getting some amazing trades, some amazing fights, great micro, and has that Magfield Accelerator Cyclone setup where even just 2 Cyclones can be so strong while these players are kind of stuck on low unit count, low tech setups. But with the loss of those workers, Cure maintains a macro lead. ByuN going to try and slow the game down with mech. And, I mean, he's already got the Magfield Accelerator upgrade. Adding in 2 or 3 more Cyclones would not be a bad move at all. Oh. Oh, but that's not so good for him. Loses 1. Obviously, those tanks did not have great vision. ByuN is really playing with fire here. Hang on, is he... oh, wow. Double armory. 1 starport, 2 factories with tech labs, a 3rd CC. Straight into double armory. ByuN going to try and play very greedy to catch up here. Viking counts are very close, but ByuN will have the lead. Cure is going to have to be very, very careful here. Oh, this barracks is really good. It is going to spot this army trying to sneak up on his third. Oh, ByuN gets a little bit of an ambush here. Cure needs to retreat out. Very fortunate for Cure that ByuN only locked onto a Marine. Cure is got stim done. 1-1 in combat shields, very far along. But they're not done yet, and they won't be still for another 40 seconds. What was that? 50 seconds on combat shields. Cure just keeping his opponent locked at home is a really good thing, because if ByuN moves across the map right now, it's actually quite scary for Cure. Seeing concussive in production is kind of funny to see here. 2 tanks at home. Cure desperately needs this army to come back home. How many tanks are there? There's a lot of tanks. Vikings are going to land. Combat shields is a big, big, big upgrade, because until it completes, the siege tanks of ByuN can one-shot Cure's Marines, but there's only 2 siege tanks here. Once that combat shields kicks in right now... Well, actually, this packet of Marines, since they've already stimmed, that's a big problem. Oh, Cure going to land Vikings in the main base of ByuN. That may force ByuN to just send it. Actually, he's going to send it at the same time as Cure. That's a massive surround, a total crush. And that will almost certainly be the game and the series. Huge win there for Cure, distracting with the landed Vikings. He's going to put one of them back in the air and kill the barracks, which will block additional factory production until that's rebuilt. And he didn't start additional factories yet. He's only on 3. Oh, and now the Vikings... Yeah, no, there's nothing to be done at this point. Cure wasn't able to win the game outright at the beginning, but he definitely got an advantage and carried that all the way through. A small advantage. ByuN did, I gotta say, ByuN did a really, really good job with those mag-filled accelerator cyclones to bring the game back. Oh... By the way, Harstem is such a good player as well as caster. Oh, yeah. Harstem's a phenomenal player. People... I think... And, hey, I can fall into this trap as well. Getting used to watching players like MaxPax and Hero, Serral, Maru, Clem, can make you forget that it's, like, so hard to play the game, like, at all. Like, the game is just so insanely difficult. Good little slugfest. It was. Scratches the chin. Who's a good little slugfest? What a weird motion I just did. Okay, we now move into the losers bracket, where it's going to be Lambo versus Shameless to start things off. ZvP, best of 5. Losers, round of 12. Yeah, it's easy to forget that, like, some of the stuff they do is so incredibly good. Build wars can be rock, paper, scissors. If you lose, you lose. But if your opponent is weak enough, there can still be a chance. The idea is both players are playing the same game on an even playing field. If you lose a certain order battle, someone is playing a really hard game, someone is playing a really easy game. Yeah. There's a tipping point where players would not be able to lose after that. Yeah, I would say... Can you crush some bronze players by smurfing? I mean, I would rather not. That's just not... That's not my vibe. I don't like that. But, I mean, yes, I'm quite confident that I could. But, no, I wouldn't do that. That ain't me. All right, let's get a prediction going. Going this best of 5 ZvP. Lambo or Shameless? going to put 10 minutes on the prediction timer. Also, we're going to take a look, just real quick, at an upcoming tournament this Sunday. Eddie asked me to link it, which by all means, we're happy to do. There is a tournament celebrating someone that was working... Oh. There we go. Tournament celebrating someone that was working as a part of OSC for quite a long time. The... Oh. Justin Illusory Chua Tournament. In recognition of his contributions to the StarCraft community, particularly his past role as long-serving OSC Chief Operating Officer and Tournament Director, as well being a Hall of Fame player for the achievement of most tournaments played in a season. 300! Which is insane. 1 year. 1 season. He's now moved away from esports to pursue other opportunities, but his legacy will live on. Very cool. That's happening this Sunday. Wardy is going to be covering that one at twitch.tv/Wardy. It's 3 eyes, I believe. And I believe it's 150 buckies. Yeah, Wardy. Oh, 300 USD. Oh, okay. Double prize money for OSC Elite. Wait, is that right? Is it 300 USD? Interesting. External prize? Oh. Oh, no bracket yet. Overview. There we go. There we go. So you can play in that if you are so inclined. Mixu already signed up. What is the time going to be? 2 days, 17 hours. So that's going to be early NA time. Was that like 6 a.m.? -5 brings it to 10 a.m. No, I guess that's 10 p.m. 10 p.m. on July 19th. What is that? That's Sunday? Yes, 10 p.m. July 19th. Cool. Okay. There was a new patch. Indeed, there is a new patch. It has not yet taken effect, but there is indeed a new patch. It's looking crazy. Zealot's build time now 14 seconds. Didn't see that before. Ooh, okay. We will edit that. Oh. Zealot, post warp gate research. Build time reduced from 16 seconds to 14 seconds. Sorry for repeating. No, that's really helpful. I didn't see it yet. I updated the little thing in the middle. There's also the chance of a misclick or something in a quick micro battle that can cost you badly. Yeah. And you know what? I always overestimate the abilities of lower level players, for sure. And there's been times where I'm like, oh, even I could win this game, blah, 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 blah. And, you know, there's always a chance that that's not true. And it's a good chance. But it's not me genuinely thinking that I'm, like, better than X, Y, or Z pro. It's more trying to illustrate, like, yeah, this is a totally screwed position, you know? Should have played it out a bit more. Still had some tanks to hold. In that scenario, Zarkon, I think ByuN was pretty cooked. A player like Cure, that's once again a situation where we assume like a level of competence that they're going to be good. All right, I'm going to run 3 minutes of ads. I'm just going to take a small little break, and we'll be back before the next series. Yeah. There's more chances in real-time games. That's a good way of putting it. Like, I don't know. I don't know, Kev. And that's the story of How I Met Your Mother. Ba, 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 ba. That show fall off a cliff towards the end. Honestly, I feel like How I Met Your Mother aged so poorly. Just, yeah. Just didn't really hit. All right, I do enjoy these kind of series with Lambo because these are prep games. And I feel like he can do very, very well in prep games. All right, here we go. Spawning down in the bottom right. It is the Shopify Rebellion's Lambo. And his opponent is not a Terran player. Perhaps one or two streamers from NA abusing bugs, but nonetheless, it is Stonely Ball's Shameless. Haha. I'm just kidding. But also, maybe we don't abuse bugs. Not my cup of tea. And I wasn't showered. Awkward first meeting. Nice. We're going to see an extractor trick out of Lambo. But not an extractor trick into the Overlord. Overlord, then extractor trick. Shameless. He is opening up Nexus first. Okie dokie. Self-referential username. Heh. Honestly, Shameless plays like super honorably too. It's quite funny. He's like a macro player. Doesn't really do anything. You know. He's no King Cobra, we'll say that. You could argue Nexus first is a little bit greedy, a little bit cheesy, but I don't think it's crazy. Now, getting away with the Nexus first, that's pretty nice. Getting that second chrono quite a bit earlier, very nice. Bum, bum. Oh, he's going to start a Zealot here. Interesting. Lambo building 6 Lings to start off. Is he going to get very aggressive here and try and crush this Nexus first? Lambo did do a drone pull Speedling Flood earlier. Oh, he will want to hide this 3rd set of Lings. And he will be able to kill the probe before it could see it. Yep, there we go. Oh, okay. We're pulling the drones. Stargate in the main. Pylon super exposed. Shameless. Oh, man, this is not good. This is not good for Shameless. Yeah, I figured this was going to be a drone pull the moment we saw this. Okay, that's good. Quick wall at the natural. This might be tough to get the kill here. No, no hold position. Oh, and now the Lings get the kill on the Zealot. They can get right in. Pylon is in trouble. He will get the Adept out, but Shameless is in massive, massive trouble. Ling speed going to complete in a moment. Probe's obviously starting to fall here. I do like the pullback from this Pylon until more Lings can get in. There's no chrono on that. A second Adept. It's not coming. It's not going to get out of here. 15 probes go down. Oh, if he kills that Pylon, it's game over. And I think, yeah, you just tunnel it now. Oh my god, the Adept even blocking the probes. It's over. GG. Lambo's going to take game number 1. Catching the greedy Nexus first. If there were another Pylon and that Oracle gets out, or if the Pylon were better placed. Pylon positioning. Yeah, that actually... I'm not going to say Shameless holds that with better Pylon positioning. But he has a chance at least. He gives himself a chance. That hold position was the GG. On the Adept, I don't even think it was hold positioned. I think it was just attacking and therefore causing... Like it won't move out of the way when it's got an attack command. The probes aren't able to push it out of the way. It's not like an Ultralisk where it has push priority and moves through the allied units. Good job from Lambo setting the tone for the series. And punishing the greed. I do find it just so funny once again how the patch released now. Saw the streamer using the bug in a 4v4 yesterday, having Hydras fire out of Overlords. It was amazing. Oh, that's funny. Wait, how does that work? How do the Hydras fire out of the Overlords? Wait, how does that work? What? That's bizarre. Not the Adeptian. Oh, yes, you are right about that, Zealoson. Oh my god, yeah. Yeah. Mass speed OVs with Sniper Hydras. That's really funny. You have to burrow, though, and I thought that the units would stay burrowed. While they're in the Overlords, do they not count as burrowed? Because, like, the... Yeah, how does that work, actually? I know that the Widow Mines are able to shoot from moving medevacs. Burrowing, then picking them up, I think. Very interesting. If he did hold, it would have looked good for him. Yeah. Oh, man, the lack of hold position on that Zealot. I somehow forgot about that. That was huge. That was huge. That was a massive, massive blunder. And without that... Yeah, maybe he's fine, honestly. But the game is not played in a vacuum. Mistakes can happen. And exploiting one of them, it is the Shopify Rebellion's Lambo, and he's going for a 9 pool. Okie dokie. Spawning up at the top right for the Stalny balls. It is Shameless in the blue. All right. I mean, you're already up 1-0 in the series. Your opponent went for a Nexus first. It's a super short rush distance map. An old map that I don't even know if Shameless... I don't know how competitively Shameless was playing when Beckett Industries was in the map pool. Oh, Lambo, is that Overlord late? It is a little. It is actually... It is a decent bit late. I think it's a drone late. Yeah, but it doesn't actually larva cap him, interestingly. He's able to build one set of lings. However, even having your lings delayed by, what is it, like 4 seconds? 3 seconds? Let's look at the timer for when these pop out. 1:30 versus... it's only 2 seconds. Okay. But 4 sets of lings, or 4 lings with that, that's tricky. Lambo, of course, was planning to expand with this, and I think he's... maybe still is. He builds the queen, though. Forge is going to start up. Shameless dropping the Cybercore. There's a gap here. Is there? That... is there? That looks like a gap to me. It's not. Okay, it really looks like it from the wireframes. Wow. Zealot not being chrono boosted. Didn't have the energy, I suppose. This Cybercore is getting hit hard. He will lose this. Can he defend the cannon, though? Probes are going to pull to the low ground. How many probes is this? 7 probes. Lambo does not yet have a hatchery on the way. Pylon's about to die on the other side. Lambo does need to kill probes, obviously. Oh, if he gets this round on the Zealot, that would be nice, but he's not going to be able to do it. The cannon is now useless. There's no Cybercore. Second Zealot's out. Supply block actually... oh, ooh, the surround could be devastating here. Nope. Oh, kills the second probe. This is... well, this is hell for the Protoss. We might actually need to see a cannon built in the mineral line of Shameless. Lambo. Oh, he's going to split these into 2 different groups. Finding a probe would be amazing. Every single worker that he kills at this point puts Lambo further ahead. And I already think he comes out of this in a really good spot. Oh. Shameless has got to be really careful that he doesn't let these Zealots get separated. Oh, hold position is just going to block the Nexus. And until an Adept comes out, which he can only start to build it now, this is pretty unpleasant. Thank you, Around Then Bam, for the tier 1 reset at 11 months. My man. Lambo will want to... oh, go for the fight. And he is going to be able to get us around on the Zealot before the other one comes in. Gets us around on the second one as well. That's really, really, really bad for Shameless, because now these lanes can sack themselves before the Adept is actually able to clear them up. Good probe micro there initially, but he's going to lose at least 1 additional probe. Lambo is now pumping 5 drones at a time. He will not win this fight. I would have loved to have seen Lambo just sack the Lings to get 1 more probe in the mineral line. But he still comes out of this in a phenomenal position. Warp Gate starts up. Shameless lost so much there. So much. The cannon, it really did nothing for him. Absolutely nothing. So he commits to a Forge, a cannon. Oh man, that rousing music. Shameless needs a rousing moment right now to try and catch up in this game. Lambo does have his gas done, but no mining yet. Oh, he actually takes all of his drones off the low ground there for a moment. That's a lot of lost mining. Oh, Adepts are going to shade forward, but they've already taken a fair bit of damage. Lambo has not yet lost a drone. Losing Lings is totally fine as long as he can keep all his drones alive. Shameless does shade out, but he loses one of the Adepts. Very, very good for Lambo. We do have a Stalker out. There's a Robo facility in the main. Prism going to start up. We've got Warp Gate nearly done. Lambo will lose, well, we'll get supply blocked here, but he's got a third base nearly done. As long as he recognizes, can figure out what is going on, he's got everything he needs to win the game. From an eco perspective. But, this is a big but, if Shameless can sneak a nasty attack, there might still be a chance for him. However, he doesn't have any gateways. He's got 1 gateway done, 2 more in production. He starts up +1 weapons. So Lambo is still free to drone for a while. Oh, okay. Spot on the Prism. The worst thing that could happen for Lambo is that he overreacts to this. He did build spores, anticipating a... Oh, wow. He actually thinks this is DTs. This is just literally... Shameless is so much further behind than I think Lambo realized. And it's understandable. I did not expect Shameless to be this far behind tech-wise under a normal circumstance. But that commitment to the Forge and the amount of lost mining time was staggering. Quite staggering. Spore Crawler going to reposition here back into the main. Right now, this is just a let me kill some drones with adepts play. Unfortunately, it's actually already real damage on the Prism. Only 8 hull damage. But every little bit matters when you are in as desperate of a position as Shameless is. He is going to add a Colossus. You got a really fast +1 weapons. What can he really do with that, though? Besides start +2, which he can't because he doesn't have a Twilight Council. He's not going for charge lust, so he's not going to be able to, you know, 2-shot lanes. Does he just go straight into +1 armor and try and hit like a 1-1 8 gate or something? 2 drones do get sniped finally in the main. Is that the... Those are the first drone kills in this game. Lambo got such a huge advantage off of this. He's built a lot of roaches, which, to be fair, he didn't need them. Could have teched up a little bit faster, but I mean, there's no third base. He didn't know his opponent was aggressively teching. Force fields are really good on this map. But are they good enough to make up for this kind of disparity? It's going to be rough. It is going to be a rough, tough situation. There's the +2 attack starting now, so he must have just finished the Twilight. Shameless just trying to use the regular gateways with the Warp Gate research, but now Lambo's up to a full 3-base, 6-gas economy. Proper mining. And even already has a 4th base on the way. Starts up the Infestation Pit. He gets the Baneling speed upgrade, which is going to be good for a Brawler's composition. Lambo sees the move out. He doesn't have Roach speed on the way, which is actually a pretty... Oh, it's a pretty unfortunate oversight. Shameless. Now mining off of the 3rd base. So the economies are the closest they've been in a little while. And it will be that +2 weapons. We're going to see a hype coming in from Lambo. If he is able to get up to Vipers, Shameless... Well, he's... The game state goes from really, really bad for him to... You better hope you have Templar, or it's impossible for him. Now, once again, the lack of Roach speed, that is a big problem. Lambo has not yet noticed. He did drone up pretty hard. Oh, don't lose those sentries. That would be such a disaster. Okay, the hot pickup saves them. Lambo doesn't really need to fight here. He'll break some of these force fields. I mean, honestly, even just forcing out, what was that, like 6 force fields? For nothing, basically. Just a couple of units, and it was still a positive trade for Lambo. The Adepts did sacrifice themselves, by the way, to get a couple of... Well, how many drone kills? Literally just one. One drone kill. Maybe a few lings. Lambo now maxing out. He starts up the Viper. Still no roach speed. Still probably doesn't need it. +2 in Blink completing for Shameless. Big timings. You can now one-shot lings in a sweeping cone. Oh, Corrosive Isles did hit the Observer. Well, one of them did. But not enough to kill. Lings and Banes on the right side. God, the lack of roach speed actually hurts so much, though, in this scenario where you're trying to get in on top of your opponent. Good force fields. Oh, on the backside, they do not come in, though. Sentries are going to get hit. Colossus will survive. But I think that was still... that was pretty expensive for Lambo. He only killed a couple sentries, really. That was actually really expensive. Oh my god, that was way worse than I thought it was. Banelings are expensive. They're playing on a version of Observer++ that shows the Banelings. Which one is this? Consume. We now have a Viper with 2 Abducts available. Shameless has added a 5th Colossus, by the way. This is a really good Colossus map. Lambo could be going for a Greater Spire, and that would be a really good play here, too. Because the tight chokes are also great for Broodlords. But they're also incredibly good for Lurkers. There's that roach speed. Oh, man, that's a painful moment when you realize you've forgotten it. Shameless, if he gets this 4th base up... Big if, but if he does, he will be right back in this game. There are 3 Abducts currently available. Oh, he's going to grab 1 Colossus, 2 Colossus, 3 Colossus, floor. As they all go down. Storm not yet ready. High Templar not able to get their feedbacks. If he could have gotten the feedbacks off and protected the Colossus, this game actually becomes winnable. And not just winnable, probably good. It's actually probably a good situation for Shameless. But Lambo gets in just before, gets those 3 crucial Abducts, and straight up wins the game with it. GG. Lambo goes up 2-0 in the series. Hopefully, he doesn't beat himself up too much about forgetting roach speed. Doesn't get thrown off his game. Kudos to Shameless for making a game out of that. Kind of. Is early aggression back on the table? Absolutely. Absolutely. People are pretending like, even though there's a lot of problems with the new patch and the 8-worker change, there's also a lot of good things about it. There's a lot of things about it that are interesting. Now, do they outweigh the bad? Not necessarily. Especially when you factor in the bugs. But I'm open-minded. I'm cautiously optimistic. Was it just awkward engagement timing for Shameless? Partially, yes. Partially not realizing the Vipers were there. To be fair to him, it was hard to know that. It was going to be a really rough situation. Five Colossus, 6 Colossus, 7 Colossus, more! Alright, game 3 is going to be on Washout. Lambo finding himself just 1 map away from a clean sweep and a ticket into the top 8. Once again, big thank you to OSC Eddie for putting this one on. Planetary increase to 250, 150. Larva spawn, possibly interval going down again to close to 9 seconds. I was actually starting to enjoy playing Terran again on this patch, and I'm afraid I'll be stuck with a bunch of TVTs with the CC buff. If they also buff Larva again, you won't have to worry about that. There will be more... There will be still a lot of Zergs. Oh, a bunch of people joining the Discord off the link. Nice. Welcome, welcome. Honestly, while I think that the change for the command center is crazy, it's big. Did they buff Larva again? I'm not 100% sure, because I don't think you would be able... If you went into the editor, I'm not sure how you'd be able to tell. Because I don't know if it's marked down somewhere. I'm going to take a look if patches posted anything. Zealot Gateway pre-warp gate build time from 27 seconds to 23 seconds. What? That's... That's kind of crazy. Oh, damn. Planetary up to 250, 150. I already thought they did nothing, and now they're expensive and do nothing because my reaction time is too slow. Yes, but what that's doing is that's countering the cost of the command center. So if the command center is 300, but the planetary is increased in cost, then you're paying the same amount for the planetary. All that's doing is changing... It's actually... Okay, bear with me. That's actually a buff to the planetary still. Because you're getting the command center earlier for less cost. And if you... It just be... So you're straight up buffing the command center. The nerf is compensatory for the planetary. The only thing is when you cancel the planetary because you have to lift it, it'll cost you a little bit more on the cancellation cost, and then the repair cost will be a little bit higher. But you make far fewer planetaries than you make CCs. Yeah, exactly. Getting the CC faster and for less cost is, I think, outweighs it. It's hard to say. I guess it depends a little bit, because, like, you're going to have an access to so many more minerals because of extra orbitals and extra command centers. I think it's still a net buff to the planetary overall, as weird as that is to say. Just because the command center being so much cheaper, orbitals being so much more accessible. Like, it's an offsetting nerf, but it's not a nerf. Not really. All right, here we go. Game number 3. Spawning up at the top right, it is the Shopify Rebellion's Lambo. In the red. And his opponent spawning down on the bottom left for the Stonely Balls, it is Shameless. in the blue. Mine burrow speed seems to be reverted to base, but by using buffed value with drilling claws. So drilling claws is like a bigger difference then. I guess that's to nerf mine drops. No, this is in fact a best of 5. Yeah, it's a correct one. Shameless going to block the hatchery at the natural. Most Protoss players have begun to agree that that is a necessity. Shameless going to go Nexus first once again. Does Lambo just cheese him again? What's the latest? Is the game playable now? Depends who you ask. Terran getting a buff that I would say is probably on the level of the original larva change buff. And that is a massive, massive, massive buff to... Command Center. 100 minerals less for Command Center right now if it goes through. Who is upset? Probably everyone. Bug abusers have lost their ability to fly around with mines. New hotfix patch? Yeah. But it has not yet been actually created yet. Lambo, by the way, the very quick Roach Warren here. Damn. I like this. I like this a lot. He's going for the throat here. He's up 2-0. Why not? Shameless going to try and get the scout on the natural. Ling sitting at the top of the ramp to deny scout. Does he send these to the low ground now? He's going to hide them. I would like to see him send a second set of Lings and a drone. Yeah. Yeah. That's a fake hatch. Surely. He's going to cancel that. Right? Yeah. Needs the cash. Oh, man. This is going to be so difficult for Shameless to hold. Funnily enough, he didn't actually stick around to see the hatchery. You thought it was lame to turn everyone into Clem level medevac users? I think I see an argument on both sides. Massive supply lead for Lambo in terms of army supply, but Void Ray first, very, very good. Way better against this than the Oracle because you don't run out of energy. Way worse is the fact that he went for the third base. These gateways are going to get switched off immediately. Probes are going to pull. Lambo needs to win the game, obviously. Oh, do not shade into that army. No, that's... You need every unit you can get. Every single unit you can get your hands on. Lambo should go after this pylon powering the Stargate. He's going after the probes first. That actually might be the better call. Oh, I love the Ravager morphs. They take so little damage from Void Rays. And GG well played, good luck is going to be called. Lambo crushing it, crushing through, gets it done. Shameless did play extremely greedy this series. Nexus first. Games 1 and 3. And died to all-ins back to back to back. Kudos to Lambo for coming in with a game plan, understanding his opponent was going to play greedy as hell. Shameless, so nice for saying GG. It's not just GG. GG well played. Yeah. I mean, Shameless, once again, despite the name, seems to be a very honorable player. That's a risk if you're motivated by shameless greed. Nice. All right. 3 minutes of ads. We're going to get set up for the next series here, which is SKillous versus Cham. So far, 3 clean sweeps, which is kind of crazy because last week we covered 5 series and all 5 of them went to game 5. Did he say Cham? He did. Yeah, a 300 mineral command center is actually crazy. Is the eco scaling better than 12 worker now? Probably. Can you even... I wonder if you can even punish a command center first with a 12 or with an 8 pool. Surely you can. But also, can you? All right, let's see how SKillous does. 300cc is easy in Mario Kart. Hey, nice. Tracking the partner plus points here. We're up to 60 plus points. We need 100 by the end of the month. If you haven't already, would very, very much appreciate it. Even if you do it for just the 1 month. Tier 1, Tier 2, or Tier 3 subscribe would help a ton. Even if it's just for the singular month. No gifted subs, no prime subs. They don't count. Not to say I don't appreciate them. I appreciate them very, very much. Just for these particular purposes. How crazy will it be if 1 week is all game 5s and the next week is all clean sweeps? That would be kind of wild. Love to learn the logic behind making CCs 25% cheaper. Well, the logic is Terran economy seems to be struggling to scale as quickly as the others. So they're like, screw it. We're going crazy. We're going cray-cray. Maybe this is the part where they lure in the former Terran players, just like what they did with the Zerg patch. Honestly, maybe. How crazy... That would actually be kind of sick. And would be the most... Because if you... Whoever you give the last buffs to probably gets the better ones. Probably gets the better ones. And Terran was complaining pretty hard. Oh, wow. Apparently, periodic spawn rate increased from 9.5 seconds to 8.95? No, that wouldn't be correct, because it was 9.9 before. Apparently, faster than the initial patch, which would be crazy. Damn. At +3 attack, Adepts can now 2-shot +3 armor combat shields Marines. Damn. That's actually so crazy. That's actually so crazy. God damn, is that real? Previously, +3 attack Adepts couldn't do that. +3 attack Adepts did 28 versus Light. Now they do, what, 34? Because they gain 2 damage for each upgrade, yeah. 34, that means they're doing 31. God damn. That's bonkers. The patients have taken over the asylum. I'd rather them go this direction than nerf Zerg. You know what? Great point, Botlock. I agree. I agree. Yep. 100% on that. Agree fully, wholeheartedly. I would much rather see these changes go through like this. As long as the game feels fair and balanced to watch, it's moving in the right direction, in my opinion. People gonna disagree? Let them. You're more than welcome to disagree. Proxy planetary rush. Well, they did nerf the planetary's cost. It's now 100 minerals more expensive to compensate. It was 150 before. So a planetary fortress in total will cost the same amount. Technically, it's worse in terms of repairing and if you have to cancel the planetary, since it'll cost you more. But since you build the CC cheaper and therefore faster, it's easier to get the command center up. Yeah, planetary costing more makes me feel a lot better. Me too. Me too. Because now you're going to want to go orbital every time. So now, before it was you paid 150 gas. Now you pay 100 extra minerals and 150 gas. Yeah, I think we may see a lot less planetaries, which is actually, honestly, I'd be okay with nerfing the cost of the planetary even more at this rate. Fuck it, make it cost 250 gas. Who cares? I mean, Terran players, they would be so mad about that. Justifiably. They'd be justifiably upset. But I think the nerf to turtling is generally a good one, and planetaries are obviously very good for turtling. Say what you want. This is pushing the game back to a more mid-game oriented game in a lot of impactful, important ways. And I like that. I think that's good. All right, let's get into a new series. Somehow already our 4th series of the day? Wow. That's what 3 sweeps will do. Spawning down in the bottom left. Even though I've been yapping a lot, it's Team Liquid's Nikita, also known as SKillous. And his opponent spawning up the top right, it is Cham. In the blue. Terran has to play their siege-heavy trench warfare. You can't make them move fast. You'll never not make a PF 4th base. I think so, too. I think you'll always make that. I mean, and ByuN always loves to make an orbital as his 4th if he can. Cham, by the way, going up to 12 supply before building the Overlord. If you don't extractor tricks, this is just worse. Oh, 14. I don't think you get this down in time. We're 14 hatching, huh? That's... I think that's wrong. I think that's just wrong. I think that's incorrect on the theory. 15 or 16 seems to be the way to go. 14... Yeah, I mean, he doesn't even get the hatchery down to the natural, so it's just not as good. Not even bothering going for the natural, just going for the straight for the third. I think he saw the probe with the first overload. It stopped, by the way. It did not go straight across the map. He's just like me, for real, for real. Maybe his 14 hatch is related to patch. Nikita is skillless, yes, yeah. I mean, it no doubt is related to patch, but it's still worse. Now, I don't know when these games were actually played, to be fair. SKillous just now starting gas mining. He went, I believe he went Gate, Nexus, Core, Gas, Pylon. So, delayed gas mining significantly, but now will be double gas mining. Oh, he starts Warp Gate right away. The neat thing about this, SKillous at Home Story Cup was doing a lot of Warp Gate pushes. Actually pushing with Warp Gate. Stalker Sentry, very Heart of the Swarm coded. Oh, but also, Nature Boy, the patch has not yet gone live. It has been added to live servers in the sense that they've uploaded the data, but it has not been... The new patch... Oh, that's a little oopsie. The new patch has not actually been completed yet. Sorry. Hit live? They haven't hit live on it. Oh, can you get a Ling? Yeah, we'll get one. It's better than nothing. It is still double adept out of SKillous. Cham was going for a 3-3 split on the Lings, but he was a little bit late on the Ling transfer to one of his bases. SKillous going to force a lot of Lings here, actually, out of Cham. Cham going up to 11 Lings. Technically 12 if you include the one he built initially. Good job from SKillous there, seeing the Lings and canceling last second. Cham was ready to pounce. But now SKillous putting himself in a lovely little position. And Cham, not going to have an easy time cleaning these up. Not by any means. And he won't. He's not going to be able to. He won't try. Oh, he is going to cross the map with these Lings. Look for a cancel on the fourth, or third. Not fourth, obviously. Adepts do shade forward from SKillous. Cham, 3 additional Overlords coming in. Will SKillous elect to shade forward now upon having to cancel this third Nexus? I think you do. I think you have to. He's going to kill these 2 Lings immediately, and he's going to be able to start gunning down drones. Oh, man, that's going to be a lot of damage here. Oracle on the other side will start cleaning up the Lings. This is an incredible start for SKillous here. If he can click down this last drone, that'd be really nice. Won't get it. Oh, he doesn't get either one. Still, 7 drones. Very, very good. Oh, and he darts back into the natural with the first Oracle. After it recharged a little bit of shields. 5 drone kills on that Oracle. That ain't bad at all. And behind this, there it is. There's the gateway explosion. SKillous. Yeah, I think this is definitely going to be a big gateway army push. Cham started up a Roach Warren. He's in a tough position right now. No doubt about it. Canceling his opponent's third was obviously very, very good. SKillous does elect to warp in all these gateways. He's going to have 3 Oracles ready to go for this attack, and he can just use fast warp-ins off a pylon. Cham continuing to build drones. No Spore Crawler there. 4 sentries in production. When does SKillous swap the Warp Gates is my question. Maybe after he's already spent his gas. Transfuse being used on these queens. SKillous has got to be careful. He wants the kills, but he won't get them. Oh, that's insanely good for Cham. Not only does he force a lot of energy to be used, he gets a lot of big kills. Cham should have no idea that this is coming. Should have absolutely no idea until just now, but he already started building units. Not sure what he saw. 6 warp gates are done. Is this already too late, though? Even with the damage on those oracles and the lack of energy, that's a really nice set of force fields. He's going to find 2 of these queens. Very quickly transfused. Not able to save that one that was trapped. Second one also going down. Good force field there from SKillous. Another decent little force field, but the first ones will expire. I actually really like the timer indicator with the red setup. There's another force field available just now. Drone's going to have to pull, but SKillous is getting the job done. Drones will pull back into the fight. Oh, nice. Really nice force fields from SKillous, but he is out of energy at this point. More Adepts being warped in and added in. I do think SKillous should add a Twilight Council at this point. He's probing up. He's going to warp in more Stalkers. A couple of sentries are going to fall. SKillous. Ooh, drones pulling into the fight are going to do very, very poorly against these Adepts. The Adepts are actually partially still shooting roaches, but they do more than well enough against the drones and lings as they shoot them. All the drones have gone down. SKillous. Yes, they're blinkless Stalkers, but there's a damn lot of them. And SKillous will take game number 1 off the back of, I'm going to be honest, one of the coolest ZvPs we've seen in a while. Feel free to be a hater. I don't care. This is better than what the old patch ZvP was. That right here. That was better. Will they all be like that? No. We've gotten a lot of Sky Toss. Should people maybe pay attention that SKillous, kind of a big brain, kind of a genius? Please. Please give SKillous the kudos he deserves. Now, this style doesn't mean Protoss should win every game. But as long as it's viable, as long as it's skill-based, I'm in. SKillous has embraced the new patch better than most. I think in terms of Protoss players, I think he has embraced it the best. I don't think I would say more so than better than most. I would say he has embraced it the best so far. So far. You know, it's early days, limited information, but SKillous is he's always impressed me a lot, but this is like kind of next level. Being able to so quickly make use of the changes as well as he has is really, really impressive to me. Given the title, yeah, exactly. People still complain that Zerg is OP. The thing is, I don't think like SKillous did a lot of damage early, you know? I don't even know if he wins this series, to be fair. But if he gets a start like that every time, Cham is going to have a hell of a time trying to win it. Still down to just change starting workers to 15, then you can really do whatever early game. That one, that one would be pretty wild. They haven't... It's not live now, but it has been pushed to the servers. They just haven't hit the press live button, I think, is how we kind of, I guess, represent that. Quick minute and a half of ads, and we'll get into game. Have I seen Harstem's new toss build versus some Korean Terran? It was pretty good. Fast 3-base gateway style. Hope to see more of it before it gets obsolete. I mean, it's funny that you say that because the map, like Tokamak, the map that we just, that is just a pretty old map. It's like 2 map pools ago. Is it 2 map pools or 1 map pool? 2 map. At any rate, I think the video I saw was like almost a year ago. And he was showing a fast 3-base gateway play style versus Terran on that one. And I was like, oh, nice. Kind of cool. Kind of cool. But I think that'll always be valid, Valgav. All right, here we go. Spawning down in the bottom left for Team Liquid. It is Nikita in the red. And his opponent spawning up the top right. It is Cham in the blue. Yeah, some great force fields from SKillous there. With how good SKillous of a player is and how well he adjusted to this patch, I wonder if SKillous would be an absolutely elite Dota 2 player. Because he is like... So Dota 2 changes so often, so much. And being able to look at a patch and instantaneously see, this is what I can do with this. And pulling it off at a big tournament within like a week, especially when it was such a massively fundamental change to the race, is really cool. Cham, by the way, this time does go up to 15 drones. So at least he's closer to what I think you're supposed to be doing. He didn't go to 15 drones last game, did? No, he didn't. But yeah, it's pretty neat. It is pretty neat. And like patches will get dropped in Dota 2, for example. And to be clear, I want SKillous to stay playing StarCraft 2 because I really think he's an awesome player. He's an awesome ambassador for the game and is just a stand-up great guy. I really like SKillous as a human being. I do hope that this skill set of his, of adaptation, quick adaptation, I hope it gets rewarded a lot. And maybe this is a tournament where it will get rewarded a little bit. It's so hard in StarCraft 2 to upset like the top tier players just because execution on like a moment by moment basis is so powerful in StarCraft 2. And that's why, you know, Serral, Hero, Clem, and like the ability to read the games on you know, moment by moment basis, it trumps so much, overrides so much. But all that being said, yeah, I hope SKillous is able to get some really nice stuff done. Isn't Dota just a game for people who can't play SC2? Yeah, that's why there's so many people playing Dota 2. Because it takes an elite level gamer to play StarCraft 2. For real, though. It's, yeah, it is pretty tough. Adept will shade forward, will not be able to block this hatchery. Cham building, once again, quite a few lanes. It was a really good early game. Last game for SKillous, remember that. He does go triple Adept, by the way. The one thing I'll say about the previous patch is there were some timings that were just so simple. Like, knowing that Ling speed finished right at 330. Amazing. So nice. Now you're like, oh, look, Ling speed's going to finish at 405. Okay. And, like, I don't think we've got a universal timing for when Ling Speed should complete. Oh, SKillous is going to get caught in the open here. Cham getting very fortunate to find these Adepts. Does get the kill on one of them. He did build 12 Lings, so he kind of needed to get a pickoff like that, but won't be able to get a denial on the third Nexus this time. Cham should still be happier about this than in the previous game. Overlord escapes to the high ground and gets to live for an extra moment or two before experiencing the agony or bliss of the Abyss. Pylon is going to get sniped here at the third base. That's actually... that's nice. It's nice. Forces the Oracle to lose some, or use some more energy. Loses what, like 3 Lings for that? Maybe 4? It's 7 in total, but that's not really an accurate count. Because a few of them died at another point. SKillous did complete Warp Gate already. Oh, double Oracle on the other side. Going to be able to find a lot of drones here in the natural. 7 drones going down. And SKillous, I like this. He goes for an 8th drone and darts to the bottom. You don't need to keep your Oracles together. There's no law about that. 4 more gateways in production. SKillous, he is going to commit once again pretty hard off of 43 probes. Cham, does he have the Roach Warren this time? I don't think so. No, he doesn't. He's building Lings. SKillous is not going to be able to build the pylon where he wants to, but he will still be able to start it up. Revelation comes in. This is off of just 2 Oracles here. Oh, this is actually a little bit scary right now for SKillous until these Adepts show up. Force fields are good. Oracles kept well positioned behind the Queens. Exquisite start here for SKillous. And now that the Adepts have joined up and 6 more are added in, I think Cham's just going to get run over. No Roach Warren. He's trying to go straight Infester or Infestation Pit, and he just gets blasted. SKillous. Holy moly. What the game from SKillous. More like skillful. More like brilliant. Really well done from SKillous. God, I am loving how he's playing. What changes live? Wait, a change is live? So there are a lot of changes that have apparently been added in. We've got command center cost reduced by 100. So these have been uploaded to the servers, not pushed live yet. So they aren't active yet, but they are in the code, and they've been able to be figured out. Command center now costs 100 minerals less. Massive change. Equivalent to larva change, maybe bigger. Go supply reduced by 1 from 3 to 2. Colossus damage, instead of 10 plus 5 versus light, 12 plus 3 versus light. Pretty big buff versus armored units. Adept ground attack upgrade bonus. Instead of +1 to the base attack and +1 versus light, now every time you get an upgrade, you get +2 to the base attack and +2 versus light. So it's a net bonus of +1 attack versus armored per upgrade and +2 attack per upgrade versus light. So now when you get an Adept with +1 attack versus... Before, it would do 24 damage versus light. Now it does 26. When you get +2, instead of 26 damage versus light, it does 30. And when you get +3, instead of 28 damage versus light, it does 34. So even if the Marines have +3 armor, you are now two-shotting stimmed Marines. Actually, hang on. No, you're two-shotting unstimmed Marines. Even if you get +2 attack, what are you doing? You're doing 30 damage. Wow. +2 attack versus +2 armor. You're doing 28 damage after armor applies versus Marines, which means you are two-shotting as long as the upgrades are equal. Oh, man. That's crazy. And as soon as you get +3, yeah, you're just always doing that. Apparently, the Zealot has been reduced in build time before Warp Gate by 6 seconds, from 27 seconds to 21, which is pretty massive. The regular Gateway Zealot just getting buffed massively. Proxies are now so much more deadly. And the post-Zealot Warp Gate build time, and apparently some of the other Gateway units are buffed by 2 seconds from 16 to 14. So Zealot apparently is. I don't know if the Stalker is, but maybe just for everything. Planetary Fortress has had its cost increased by 150 or 100 minerals to compensate for the decrease in the cost in the command center. Command centers are still massively buffed, as are orbital commands. The load all button has been removed. Larva spawn rate sounds like it is down to 8.9 seconds once again from the 9.9. 8.95, I think someone put. I don't have a confirmation of that. But it sounds like there's a lot of changes, basically. Honestly, I'm just happy that Blizzard seems to be doing anything at all. Yeah. Intern's cooking. Ghost 2 supply is pretty huge. Pretty huge. So pretty much Protoss lost a chance to be a solid race instead of a trickster one. The Colossus buff is pretty big. The Colossus buff is pretty big. What's the difference between updated to the servers and not live? So updated to the servers means that you can find the information in the editor. Live means it's in the actual game. And if you play the game, it's there. Like, the changes have been made. SKillous up 2-0. Colossus entry is more viable? Yes. Significantly so, I would say. Especially versus Zerg. Which I'm into that. I'm super into that. And it's actually funny because that's a pretty big buff to specifically the way SKillous has been playing right now. Because now you can add a robo facility potentially with this push, or as this push is moving out perhaps, or something like that. And tech towards Colossus as long as you are very, very safe and recall when you need to. And if your opponent commits on roaches, you start building immortals. It's going to get complicated, but like, I'm actually really, really excited about that. Because now it's going to matter a lot. Let's say this move out that SKillous went for becomes the standard. Let's say that becomes stock standard. All of a sudden now you've got Protoss players having to be like very, very careful with the unit positioning. Like, sentries have to go in the back, or they have to be like very carefully microed, because if you lose sentries with the push and it gets held, that's a much worse situation for you than if you kept 4 of those sentries alive. Because then when you recall and you're trying to absorb the counterattack, you're in a much worse position with, let's say, 4 less sentries. I don't know. I'm like genuinely very excited about this. Problem is the Colossus is still kind of a squishy unit. Therein lies the keep the sentries alive, you know? The force field buff versus Bile Destroy will make it even better. Exactly. That's kind of what I'm alluding to. Yeah, where did I find these changes? They are on my Discord server, posted in there, kind of adding to them as more and more get revealed or found. Shout out to Patches, the player, which could not be more on the nose that Patches is the one that has been like finding the information about the patches. Actually, let me do exclamation Discord here. Patches know about patches. So if you go to the SC2 General part of that, hey, thank you very much, Stampede, for the Tier 2 resubby at 30 months. Thank you so much, my man. Really, really appreciate it. The Tier 2 subbies are massive. There were 2 subscriber points to me, Partner Plus points, and they help a lot right now because I am trying to refresh my, what do I call it? My Partner Plus, my 60-40 sub split, basically, on Tier 1 subs, which is quite a bit of money over the course of a 12-month period, so it would help a lot. We're at 2 out of 3 months so far. I'm doing that with my broken wrist. 2 out of 3 months so far, and as long as we can get to 100 subscriber plus points by the end of the month, we will refresh until next July, which would be really nice. So it would be very, 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 very helpful if people are able to do that. Even just 1 month of Tier 1 subscribing could be the difference maker. It is really lame that Twitch doesn't allow gifted subs because they still get a crap ton of money from that, but they don't want it to be exploited. Obviously, streamers could just gift the subs themselves. But still, it would be really nice. All right, here we go. Spawning up the top right for Team Liquid, it's Nikita in the red. And his opponent spawning down on the bottom left, it is Cham in the blue. You know what? Maybe if we get a... Oh, man, I'm so happy to see BlackRock, by the way. Sorry. Just occurred to me, like, yeah. Just make a bunch of bot accounts. I don't want to do that. I mean, technically, I could. There are ways... I've thought of this. There are absolutely things you could do. Like, pay a bunch of people that live in, I don't know, like, South American countries where the subscriptions are much, much cheaper. Have them buy a bunch of Tier 3 subs. Pay them for it. I still get 70% back. It would be a lot of work, but it's very possible, very doable. The thing is, it would be quite obvious. Like, they would be like, wow, this guy got... somebody did 3 months of Tier 3 subscribers from, like, a ton of places in South America. And they would almost certainly detect it. And also, I mean, I talked about this earlier. In the same vein that I wouldn't abuse the siege tank bug or the Widowmine bug or the lurker bug, like the load all command, I wouldn't feel comfortable with myself doing that either. My moral code makes me not okay with that kind of behavior. Like, I just can't do it in good conscience. That's just me. Host a large tournament makes you poor. The thing is, I'm quite certain that it would pay for itself. Because you could do 3 months of Tier 3 using local prices, and the money I would get back from it would be 70% already. And then all of the subscribers would be... Like, all my Tier 1s would go from 50-50 to the 60-40 to 70-30. So even if it's just a boost from 60-40 to 70-30, that's a pretty significant increase on the Tier 1 subs. And on all gifted... I think it's on all gifted subs. Which would be huge. Need more subs to hit a goal. At which tiers? So there are people that are, you know, their subs will come up in the later stages of the month. But right now, the amount I have confirmed, assuming no canceled subs and whatnot, is 60. 60 sub plus points. Double Adepts. Oh, they are actually going to shade forward before lane speed's done. Cham pulling the drones, but not blocking the Adepts from getting into a better position. Already going to get 3 drones. Okay. Wow, that actually could have been a lot worse. But look at the worker count. 33 to 23. Sheesh. That's a lot of damage. But yeah, basically, non-gifted, non-prime subs are very, very valuable to me, is the main feature of the discussion. Tier 1 subs are worth 1 subscriber plus point. Tier 2 subs are worth 2. Tier 3 are worth 6. But that all being said, we do still appreciate very much when people get, like Botlock, use their Prime sub on us. Thank you very much, Botlock. First time subby, appreciate it. Even though it doesn't help in this particular area, it still helps a lot with the sustainability of the stream. Yeah, to get the 70-30 split, you need 300 subscriber plus points. And we're just not close to that. That's something where the stream grows much, much, much more. And I would be streaming a lot more to make that happen. Not to say I won't. I want to do that. By the way, cool play from SKillous. He's going to make the adjustment here. Switching into a Forge and a Twilight Council this time. Oh my god, the fact that this isn't a given is so nice. So nice. Me losing my mind as I'm just excited about actual variety, real variety. Not the meme where everyone's like, "Hey, variety." No, actual real variety. Incredible stuff. 4 more gates in production. Oh, is he? Yeah, he's going to go charge in +1 here. Roach Warren at the 3rd base. Look at this SKillous going after... Oh... He's got Adepts into the natural. This is actually causing quite a kerfuffle. He's going to kill all the queens. SKillous really popping off in this series. My goodness. Cham not having a good time at all. Oh, even kills the 1 drone that was blocking him in. Adepts will get the surrounded. But how many queens did he kill there? 3 queens. 8 drones, 4 lings, 4 bunch of Oracle energy. And just 2 Adepts. SKillous, man. On fire. Roach speed starts up. Oh, he can't. Oh, this is neat. I didn't notice this at the time. He canceled charge and started blink upon seeing the Roach Warren. I mean, I like that. I like that very, very much. He is slow building the gateway units, slow building the stalkers off the gateways. And by slow building, I mean actually non-warping, but definitely fast building. They pop out real quick. Oh, a 4th Oracle added in, which is actually really nice when you already kill so many queens. 3 more queens are ready to pop out shortly, but SKillous could turn on this 1 queen that is abandoned. Oh my god, he just got 4 more drones. 2 more Adepts getting in. Yeah. Not necessarily cheap. So I think if SKillous didn't get kind of caught in game number 1 on Tokamak, he would have dove both of those queens. Baneling Nest and an Evo Chamber starting up here for Cham. He's re-droning back up. And he does have his 4th base now ready to get up and running, but +1 blink timing. Warp gates can swap up if SKillous is so inclined. And, okay, yeah, he does queue up 3 more Stalkers. He is going to be able to warp in very, very shortly. Stalkers will blink away. Roach speed is done. Ooh, nice stasis, Crappy. There's not a whole lot of queens here. In fact, none in the fight. All 6 gates are now up and running, all switched on. Oh, SKillous sending 3 Stalkers back home. Oh, no, it was the probe. Okay. Cham is only on 67 drones, but he does have... 6-7. He does have a 4th base mining. So he's mining a little bit more in terms of minerals. SKillous will add +2 weapons. He started up 3 cannons at the 3rd base. No 4th base just yet. Does Cham have Overlord pooping creep? Not yet. No poop skis yet. SKillous has got to be careful. Mass Blink Stalker is very good. And it's very good against roaches. But... oh, that's a really nice stasis. Catching a lot of lings right there. One of them does get taken down by the Corrosive Biles. SKillous has got to be really careful, though. Oh, he's got to be really, really careful. Oh, he did dodge those Corrosive Biles. It looked like he didn't, but he actually did. Cham is pressured hard here. SKillous kills the Roach Warren. That means no more roaches to be built. Corrosive Biles. Oh, he does kind of dodge into them with one of the oracles, but the other 2... well, 3? 2 that were... I think there was 2 that were in jeopardy. Do escape. He's going to need to kite back. He's got this pylon, which he can warp in from. Oh, no. Oh, what is this oracle doing? That was like a weird... I don't know what that situation was. Not enough Corrosive Biles to kill that pylon. Cham is trading not terribly by any means, but he is still very much under the gun. And with the loss of that Roach Warren, I actually do think SKillous could have kept going. Especially with +2 weapons about to complete and his pylon still intact. I actually think he was on the verge of breaking Cham right there. Simply because there's no Roach Warren left. Now, +1 melee lings are a problem. But SKillous feels like he's done enough. Oh, and Cham. Here's the other thing. Cham kind of needs to attack. And SKillous identifies that correctly. Fleet Beacon did complete. Cham has Bane speed. But he is very all in right now. 2 of the oracles do run out of juice. The cannons from earlier will be handy. Stalker's going to blink back individually. Baneling's getting some good connections on them. But you need to really, really have a crazy number of Banelings to break through. It is just barely enough. But Cham is not going to have any... he's not going to have a whole lot behind this. Once those Banelings go down, the roaches are being rebuilt. They're being reinforced. But SKillous is absolutely holding at the moment. Still a cannon here. A lot of Stalkers survive, and SKillous holds. Oh, and that blink forward, he's going to be able to snipe down both of the Ravagers if he's so inclined. The Lings reinforcing do show up and actually will start to turn this fight. SKillous has a lot of energy on one of these oracles, but it's not on. The other one is. Third one just doesn't have enough energy to do much. +2 weapons, of course, huge against 0-0 roaches. They will have Carapace shortly, but SKillous's units are much stronger. Mothership also nearly done. And once that bad boy pops out, it's no answer. There's just no answer to it. 4th base done for Cham. He is only on 63 drones. SKillous. Oh, did he just transfer the probes away from the vein? He sure did. And as those get sent over, he will have full mining on that position. Queen at the 5th base does go down. SKillous. Oh, he's ready to greet this army. Cham going to try and multi-prong. Will draw SKillous away. Cham moving in at a very opportune moment.
Swarm forces under attack.
Right as the army blinked away. Had faith that SKillous would respond strongly. 16 probes do go down. Mothership is out, though. Cloaking field activated. There's no detection. Oh, no unit in the wall. SKillous is going to get hit hard here by this Ling run-by. Meanwhile, Cham trying to hit at the front. Oh, this is still winnable for SKillous, absolutely, but it is becoming very uncomfortable for him. He has now fallen behind in workers. His army quality is still greater than that of his opponent, but not quantity. Cham is still very, very dedicated to this attack. Oh, man, if there was a unit in the wall for SKillous, or if he'd gotten a warp in to block the run by, all of this damage would have been for naught. And it is still +3 weapons on the Stalkers. Army supplies, very close. Army value, not at all close. SKillous way ahead. Hydra's trying to be added in. They don't have speed. They don't have range yet either. And notably, they don't have attack upgrades. Force fields being dropped. They're actually pretty decent here to keep some of these units out of the fight. Still no detection. He doesn't have anything to see this army. And cloaking field, go Burr. Base goes down at the 4th. Cham in so much trouble. SKillous. Oh, he blinks to the right side. A really nice blink. Time warp, slowing the attack speed, slowing the units themselves. There's no escape for Cham. And SKillous will take it down with a clean 3-0 sweep in a game 3 that was anything but clean, but everything in terms of entertaining. Oh, baby. Oh, that's what I want to see from my StarCraft 2. Put that shit right in my veins. Right in there. Get it in there. Cham. Stunned by the absolute insanity of the, not even insanity, just incredibly clean play. Oh, that arm is still in a cast. It is, but only for a little bit. We've only got 6 days and 17 hours till the cast comes off. No. Yes. Yes. God, I'm so excited. Scaphoid fracture? No, it is die punch fracture. Thank you very much, Largo Crescendo. Done subbed at 2 tier 2. Hope it helps. It helps a ton. It helps a ton. That is 2 more subscriber plus points. Big cash money. He had no answer to the mama ship. None. None at all. None at all. Unfair when SKillous calls his mom when the mama ship enters the room. SKillous too good for Cham. That game 3 got a little scary at the end, but SKillous looked really, really sharp, really strong. Very well done. Unluck when the fracture goes through the joint. Yes. That is, yeah, exactly. Fortunately, the hand didn't have a problem, but it is the joint. So the bigger issue for the surgeon who did my surgery, he said that the problem is more so that it pushes your cartilage down. And they need it to be uniform as much as possible. And it was like a 4 millimeter difference between what it was supposed to be and what it was, which sounds like so little, but the human body is like very sharply calibrated. Yeah, so he was able to get it back like, I think less than half a millimeter. He did a really, really good job. He showed me the CT scan after. CT scan? Maybe X-ray? No, they're going to do a CT scan after. But he showed me the X-ray after, and it was very, very impressive. Like, Dr. Man is genuinely a legend. Dr. Man. What's the point of changing the Disruptor's fake attack range? Weird. Oh, that's actually a good choice. Because at the current moment, it's like, if you attack move your whole army, your Disruptors included, they're staying like way far out of the fight. Like way, way, way far. And it actually makes it very difficult to control them. Yeah. So I think that's a good choice. So I'm assuming then that has been changed as well. Yeah, CT scan once the cast comes off, which I cannot tell you guys how excited I am for that. That's a big one. I'm going to maybe... Do I want to take a little tiny break? He's going to get back into softball and then go hard at a base again? Absolutely not. No way am I doing that again. Nope. That's... We're going to be like making a lot of... The term is business decisions, which is... You're deciding to make a choice that is best for your health, even if it's comes at the cost of a little bit of intensity. I'm a little I'm a little like anxious about that CN toxicity, where I'm like, oh man, this is gonna be gross. Wouldn't mind infestors with range 3 or 4. Oh, like the auto attack being reduced, yeah. I don't know. I don't know if there's like a sweet spot that I would personally want per se. Hey, thank you very much for critical FPS for the tier 1 resub at 3 months. Another sub plus point. Getting closer and closer now. That's really, really appreciated. Once again, it is absolutely gigantic. Helps me literally for the entire year at this point. So thank you very, very much. Everyone sprints home to wash up after the cast comes off. Understandable. Yeah. I've had mine on for... So I had the temporary cast for 2 weeks. And to be honest, it didn't smell bad after that one came off. But who knows what it will be like afterwards. And it'll be 4 weeks for the permanent cast. But this one... I don't know. We'll see. It's your 1 rank. No. We're not 1 rank point away. But we are at 63 of 100 with a very close amount as to whether we'll get it or not. I'll know more the closer we get to the end of the month. But fingers crossed, we'll hit the goal that we need. All right, next up is going to be a new series, Harstem versus Percival. I'm pretty excited to see how this one goes. Here you have to do the sanitary ritual alone with no assistance. Word of advice, don't be afraid to promote yourself. I do feel like in general I haven't done that as much as I should as a streamer. I need to like set an alarm for myself to remember to do that over the course of streams. But so this obviously slowed me down a lot. I do want to do a lot more streams because now that I'm in my new place, it's a lot easier for me to just pick up and go, pick up and stream. And yeah, that's the goal. I want to give you guys more and more content, more casted replays, more vibes, more XCOM 2, because we started a campaign yesterday. That's going to be a lot of fun continuing. Thank you very much, Gilmore, for the Prime sub at 7 months. Thank you. Gilmore 199. Very much appreciated. All right, let's get into the new series between Harstem and Percival. All right, here we go. Spawning down on the bottom left, it is Percival, or Kirktown, part of the Dave Testa team. Sokon. Team Sokon. Spawning up at the top right, it is Harstem for the Shopify Rebellion. In the blue. We already had, I would say, at least one XCOM moment. You could argue we've had 2 already in the first, I think it was 2 missions. One of them in the tutorial mission. We literally lost a soldier in the tutorial mission. You're not supposed to do that. That's not supposed to happen. But it did. We got owned. And then we definitely had an XCOM moment in the first mission where we would have gotten an engineer. It really hurt us. It hurt us bad. Come on, Chad, if you can help a brother out. Oh, yeah, shoving guns in people's faces at point blank and missing. That one was so upsetting. We went right next to the sectoid, and I think it was 85 or 86, 87% to hit? Something like that. It was 7 out of 8 times, or at worst 6 out of 7 times you hit. And the sectoid was on, I believe, 1 HP, and it lived, and then it killed one of my soldiers. And then because it lived and the soldier died, I didn't have enough action economy. It's 85% for rookies? Okay, that sounds right. I didn't have enough action economy to finish off another guy, which then meant that I lost a second soldier, and then we discovered two other enemies, and then we lost a third soldier and missed getting the to be fair, I forgot about this part that Setsunamayo brought up, but we could have remote hacked the objective that would have gotten us the engineer. Didn't do that. With the one remaining soldier we had left, it was a one-on-one at that point. But she could have actually gotten us the engineer, which would have made it all fine because it was all rookies before that. But then we just missed being able to secure the engineer. And yeah, that just... So we lost 3 soldiers, 3 rookies, and we failed the mission. But the one person who was on that mission did succeed in killing everyone. So that was cool. All right. Enough yapping about XCOM for now. We'll be playing some later. For YouTube, I will separate it into a second video. I will turn off the YouTube stream and set up another one. And I'll link that one if you guys are interested in watching. Ooh, nice pull away on the probe, but it will still go down. 2 probes being killed early. That's really good for Percival. Really, really good. On the other side of the map, though, a Zealot and an Adept getting into the main. Hang on, is Percival just going to get cooked right now? This SCV is one-shottable. The one building this barracks will get targeted down. 5 SCVs going down. Oh, and he is going to finish off that SCV. Make it 6. Holy moly. Percival. I did not realize there was another unit crossing the map. Oh, if he gets that SCV, that would be so big. Harstem wasn't paying attention. Good micro there from Percival. Really good micro. Harstem could have gotten at least 1 more SCV. Probably not 2. Or he could have gotten the additional Marine. And if Harstem had actually managed to snipe that Marine, he might have gotten even 2 more additional SCVs. He might have gotten both of these. One of them was one-shottable. The other one would have taken... Actually, technically, 2 of these are 2-shottable by a Zealot. Very chaotic start to the game. Insanely good for Harstem. 10 workers ahead right now. And oh my god, the orbital's not even done for Percival yet. Well, if this was a video, Harstem would call this a theoretical victory already. And he'd be right. This should not be a winnable game here for Percival. Oh, and that Reaper does get taken down. It did get another probe at some point. Was it now? I think it was. Yeah, it was just now. Yeah. Let me battle report it just to check. Yeah. So the Reaper did work, but Harstem so far ahead right now. He does need to be very careful about this 3 racks push. His blink is very far away. He's actually behind an army supply by a decent amount, and he doesn't have a whole lot of gateways. Not yet. He does need to continue producing off these gates. He's going to add a shield battery at the natural. I think that's a wise choice. Once again, he's 15 workers ahead now. What is the patch? I just checked the subreddit. There are a lot of things that have been added to the game, but not yet pushed live. Gateway changes got buffed significantly. I do like Harstem sitting on 2 bases for now. I wouldn't even mind him adding an Immortal. Like, he's just so far ahead eco-wise. No, honestly, he's fine with Blink. Does need to be careful about potentially face-checking this ramp. This is where things could go really, really south for him. Thank you, Revo, for the Raid Areno. Appreciate it. Hope you had a wonderful little stream. No, it's not live. Wait, is it? Oh, it's... Wait, it's live now on NA? I don't... There are... hold that thought. I gotta take a look at this after. That is a lot of gateway, or pardon me, a lot of bio units here. Percival will be able to get a cancel on the third base. Harstem didn't want to take this base, I guess, on account of Monte Cristo. I'm such a goof. The Count of Monte Cristo, anyone? Oh, wow, that one Marine somehow visible. Oh, the force field's so good right there. Keeping a lot of the bio units out. He does lose the sentry, but this is going to be a really good trade for Harstem overall. No, keep chasing! Keep chasing. Now is the time. Now is the time to seize the moment. Carpe the DM. Unfortunately, he does not. Oh, okay. Okay. Wow. Okay, so they did push the patch. All right, we'll go over that a little bit later. 2 tanks being added in. Harstem does have Colossus. Percival does have a nice little army. Ooh, that's a really nice couple of shots from the Colossus here. There's no Zealot charge. Gateways are just producing Zealots. Charge and Extended Thermal Lance very, very close to completing. Ooh, a dive on top of the Colossus by the Marauders. Not going to work out. All the Marauders, in fact, going down. That Adept taking a less than kind trip through the army. How many Zealots are there on the field right now? 3. Pylon will go down, but we don't have any morphed warp gates yet. He's just building with the gateways. Oh. One Zealot does rush into its death. Harstem's got to be super, super careful, but he gets some really good shots with those Colossus. Really needs to be careful with this one Colossus in the front. There we go. Shield battery. No, it doesn't have energy. Or sorry, it's not powered. One of the Colossus is going to take a lot of damage. These are fake charge lots, Harstem. Don't pretend they're real. Don't get baited by your own fake units. He does kill the second tank. Third one will go down, and that is going to be the back of this army broken. Marauders, though. Oh, they surge forward on top of the Colossus. Gets both of them. 2 red HP Marauders. Sniping the low HP Colossus. At this point, I think Harstem might need to just transform the warp gates just to get charge lots right into the fight. God, the fact that this shield battery is 1 hex to the right is the difference between the Colossus being alive and not. Oh my god, it's still not powered. But he's got enough charge lots now to deal with this. Guardian Shield is going to be relatively helpful, but not now. It's very far out of range. Zealots continuing to chase these units down. Good kiting from Percival. He's gotten up to a 3rd command center. Really, really good macro behind this from Percival. Harstem had this game kind of locked up, but Percival has never let Harstem run away with it. And now finds himself equivalent in economy. And ahead in army supply by a little bit. There is that swap to the warp gates. We do have Archons on the field. Percival, God, he's gotten so good. Harstem not going to be able to chase down these medevacs. 1-1 done for Percival. He's going in towards his 2-2. Harstem just single forge And it's +1 armor instead of +2 attack. Stalkers to blink back up to the high ground. Can he get the kill? Yes, he can. That's a big pick. He needed that. Just to stunt the momentum a little bit from Percy. Ooh, this is a nice position from Percival. He's got a lot of army here. He's building tanks. He's been building tanks nonstop. Oh, counterattack of single Zealot. Gonna find 2 SCVs. He might have F2'd or something because it went on move command for a little bit, but he does get the kill on these 2 tanks at home. Actually, was that 3 tanks? Percival. Oh, he is in some trouble right now. He is not stimming this army. That means the Archons are really cooking. They're able to close the gap. So many of these medevacs going down. Another Colossus shows up. Stalker's blinking with the block. Why use force field when body field can work out? Really nice fight from Harstem there. Snipes both tanks. Vikings not going to be able to kill the Colossus, and Harstem has snatched this game back out of Percival's. It's back out of Percival's hands. Well done. This was looking very good for Percival. But now I like it. I mean, Harstem might just be able to end the game here. Good positioning on the Vikings. Baiting a very aggressive blink forward from Harstem that didn't really work out super well. A rare game where Archons are looking really, really strong because there's no ghosts. Percival trying to secure a 4th. Harstem is in a position where he can win the game outright with the right fight. Can he find it, though? Oh, gets some big shots on the Marines right away with the Colossus. Wipes them out. Percival went too far forward. Blink forward will snipe the tank, and Harstem is going to close the game out here and now. 23 SCVs go down. Command center can be killed if Harstem focuses on it. Oh, but he's going to back away a little bit. Maybe he doesn't have warp-ins available. Maybe he just used them. Up to 10 gates. 9 of them have paid the warp gate tax. And there we go. The 10th one paying the... No, that's the gold price. I was going to say paying the iron price. Harstem's army is paying the iron price. Oh, that's a very aggressive blink in. Doesn't manage to hit the tank right away, but he will take it out. Percival, if he could have survived to 2-2, there might still have been a chance. He's a scrappy player. He's hard to kill. Oh, that Viking not able to get the kill on the Colossus. And there are still 3 Colossi in this army. Harstem, very interestingly, did go for +2 armor instead of +2 attack. Getting the 2nd Forge now. He's 40 army supply ahead. Percival... Oh, if he can hold with this planetary... he does for the moment. Percival is going to survive up to that 2-2. Harstem does need to be a little careful and not take a terrible, terrible fight. But I think this is the wise decision. I think he can ignore the planetary and go straight into the natural. He is hitting just before that 2-2 kicks in. Is this the right call, actually? He gets 14 SCVs. Did he just shoot his own unit? He did. He killed his own Archon. That was not intentional. I'll say that with 100% certainty. He did not mean to kill his own Archon. That tank doing work? Yeah. No kills. Oh, wait, was it this one? Oh, maybe it was this one. Even then, only 2 kills, but doing a lot of damage. Harstem is on 5 bases right now. He's going to try and blast in once again. There's no healing. And this time, it should be enough for Harstem to force the ramp at the natural and end this game. GG is called. Harstem takes game number 1. Pretty exciting game. But that is one of those games that if Percival can, like, sit back and be like, I lost 6 SCVs early. I think 6. And I made a game of it. Like a proper game of it. And was actually in a winning position at multiple points. Well, if he can frame it that way, that's a really, really good way to look at it for the rest of the series. Pro gamer moves are just too ineffable for us to understand. Who are we to question killing your own Archon? Who are we to question the ways of a master like Harstem? Archons need some cool ability. They do. It's called Psionic Storm. They have that. They're the leftovers, you know. They have to be fake. Probably are, yeah. Blizzard is indeed monitoring SC2 and updating the game. That's a huge positive, yeah. Yeah, exactly. I think that's really, really big. All right, we're going to run 2 minutes of ads, and we're going to take a look at the patch notes. Are we going to take a look at the patch notes? I don't know. 2 minutes of ads for sure. I bet his boobs are fake as well. Wow. Also, reminder that the JEC Open is happening Sunday night at 10... Wait, is that right? Sunday night at 10 p.m.? There's no way Wardy would be casting that if that's the case. No, 9 a.m. Is that right? Okay, that makes a lot more sense. 9 a.m. my time. So this is a tournament that EddieSC2 is putting on. If you are interested in signing up for it, I will link the bracket. It's a cool initiative that is kind of commemorating someone who has done a lot of work. You can read the blurb. I've read it earlier. Read it out earlier, I should say. Very cool tournament out of EddieSC2. And it is commemorating someone who has played the most ever games in a single season of the OSC. So StarCraft 2 tournaments just across the board. 300 tournaments played. The next closest people were like 200, like low 200s. Basically, that's like a tournament every day. Like, that's a lot. That's a lot. That's probably more than most people ladder, even relatively active ladder players. Probably more than most people ladder just in terms of the number of games you would play in the tournaments. Because that would be like, let's say you play 5 games per tournament. If you play 300 days, that is 1,500 games in the year. That's quite a bit. That is quite a bit. Doesn't take a huge amount of effort to go 0-2 in a tournament. No, but it does take a lot of diligence to say, I went 2-0 yesterday. I'm going to play again. And then do that for like 6 out of 7 days over the course of an entire year, basically. Takes a lot of determination. SO FPS game will be Overwatch reskin. God, I hope not. That would suck. Woot patch is live in EU. Ah, okay. I do feel like this is going to be the first series that does not have a 3-0. Or, well, the first series that is not a clean sweep, I'd say. Gateways and warp gates can now be issued command orders to transform regardless of which of the primary group subgroup selection. Ooh, I like that. Selection radius color is now distinct for primary subgroup selection when colorblind mode is enabled. I don't know what that means, but okay. That sounds like a good thing. That sounds like more visual clarity even for non-colorblind people. Colossus damage, Adept change, Gateway unit train time reduction bonus from research and warp gate, increase from 40 to 50%. Okay, big change. Gateway warp gate transformation duration is now always 4 seconds. That's what I said, chat. I said we should do that. Chat, they're listening to me. Chat, they're listening. It's me. I'm the intern. It's me. Someone. Oh my God, that explains why I'm so tired. When I go to sleep, the intern takes over my body and implements the changes. It's me. I'm the intern. Wow. How do I get access to all this code? Who gave me the keys to the kingdom? I'm the Cabal. It's me. Oh my God, what a game changer. Wow. Wow, I wonder what my other identity's name is. I hope it's something cool like Lance or Tommy Ford or Starshine. Wow. Amazing. They buffed the gateway production. Yeah, now it's, instead of 16 seconds, it's 14 seconds. Starfart. Steadfast. It's just steadfast, but I'm saying it real tired. Starfart. Starfart. What's your name? Starfart. My God. Dilbert. Yeah, now there's a classic name. There's a real panty dropper right there. Dilbert. Yeah, people go wild for Dilbert. All right, let's get into this one. Unironically, I actually think these are really, really cool changes overall. Yeah, I think these are really cool changes. The command center? Wow, Terran got some... Terran robbed it. Terran stole the show. But, yeah, this is interesting. This is super interesting. Okay, let's get into it. Spawning down in the bottom left, still on the old patch, but my God, is there so much to talk about. For Kirktown, it's Percival in the red. Oh man, I'm filled with excitement. Spawning up at the top right, it is Harstem for the Shopify Rebellion. In the blue, I said it, chat. I didn't want Zerg to be OP. I don't want Zerg to be OP. And now we can go back to being the worst race again, chat. We can be the weakest race again. I regain moral superiority. It's finally happened. We're the weak ones again. We did it, Reddit. Down with me. Only for 2 to 3. Imagine we literally got hot fixes every 2 to 3 weeks for the next year. Imagine just that, like, the thing that a lot of people unironically were asking for. They're just like, yeah, we've been monitoring stuff and we decided to do another change. Would be incredible. Would be incredible. Some people just want to watch the world burn. Me, I just want to spray shit with a hose. Oh man, this is exciting. What is the motivation for you to nerf Zerg? That's a great question. I'd love to find out. Thank you, Dylan James, for the 5 gifted subs. 888, representing the 8-worker start and the 3 races. Oh my God, the evidence is mounting that I am the intern. The evidence is mounting. It's becoming insurmountable at this rate. Probe is going to sneak past the Marine, which is to say just walk past it with the Marine not knowing. And he will get into the main. Ooh, no depot lift. That means that it's a full scout. It's a full scout, gets to see no gas. I mean, you probably know that already, but he gets to count the gas as well. And gets to take just a nice little tour. Oh my God, I hadn't even thought of it. I know, right? That's my new intern powers showing up. My new intern powers that I'm just finding out I've had the whole time. I've had these powers the whole time. We do see a scout on the factory. That's really nice for Harstem. Really, really nice. So I was talking about how it's kind of nice that he gets to count the gas. That is kind of nice. He gets to see that the gas is still being mined. But seeing the factory is actually quite significant since he did go up against the 3 racks earlier. Oh, grenade. Giving the Reaper a little ride on the way out. Yeehaw, you heard? Rage baiting has become a business strategy. A new patch every 2 to 3 weeks is excellent rage bait. It would actually unironically be so good for the game. Maybe not every 2 to 3 weeks, but every, like, month or 2. If there were just small little tweaks. Keep the game fresh and exciting. Now, if you're just changing things for the sake of changing them, maybe less so. But, like, if it... This would actually kind of be a dream of mine if they were like, we want this unit to be stronger right now. We're not seeing enough, for example, Glaive Adepts. We're not seeing enough Glaive Adepts. So we're going to buff them for 2 weeks. I think that'd be cool as hell. Is patch up yet? It is. It is now live. Welcome, Fractal Tactile. ATP Discord is a shit show now? Oh, I'm sure it is. Hey, congratulations, Dylan James. Our second child was born 3 days ago. Almost 2 weeks early. Nearly 10 pounds. Yo, that is a big baby. That is a huge, massive baby. Even bigger than the Terran and Protoss babies were about the previous patch. My goodness. Gigantic baby. I'm just kidding. I'm so sorry. I'm not sorry. Intern powers activate. Feel like a new man all of a sudden. Unironically, congratulations, and that is a huge baby. Nurses joked he was already 3 months old. Yeah, that baby went through the 4th trimester before the 3rd one was even done. Also, I learned recently that there's a 4th trimester. Yes, this is these games are not played on new patch. They are played on the old one. Harstem will see the Widowmine drop. Okay. Adepts did shade forward very aggressively. This is such an interesting move going for the Glaives. Oh, Reaper in the natural. A lot of SCVs are falling. A lot of SCVs are falling. And the Adepts are still a little bit alive. Oh, they kill 2 more Marines as they go down. One of the Widowmines did get taken out, it seems. So did the Reaper. 3 probes for 11 SCVs. Sick build from Harstem. Is it a good idea to continue warping Adepts? I would argue no. I would argue the time for Adepts is past. But he's on 3 Nexus. I mean, as long as he can find okay-ish fights against small numbers of Marines, it's actually not bad at all. The problem is 2 Adepts is not good fights. Oh, he's only got 2 gates. Ew. I actually do really, really love the fast switchback change on gateways. I think I literally said 4 seconds before, by the way. Two mules getting taken out here. Nice little harass from Harstem. He's also stalling out this push a little bit by nature of the nuisance factor of these Adepts. Harstem might need to switch the gates back to normal gateways. The warp gates back to normal gateways in order to produce enough to survive. Because this... I mean, it doesn't look... This looks like an innocuous push, but it's not that small. This is the kind of thing that can start out small and slowly, slowly, slowly grow as more tanks, more units are added in. If you don't crush it early. Harstem has had a very good early game so far. He's going to go into the natural with a triple Adept hit squad. My man has been watching his Maples the Aples. Hallucinated Immortal. First one is here. Oh, there is that... this is a little bit what I was worried about. This is a little bit what I was worried about. A lot of damage coming in here. The auto turret's being added. Nexus is going to fall. Oh, he loses the Prism on the other side of the map. The Viking taking care of business. If he had the War Prism at home, easy hold for Harstem. No problem whatsoever. As it is, Percival gets away, saves these 2 siege tanks. He's actually going to drop back out of here. Can Harstem win this fight with just the 2 Immortals? I don't know. That's going to be pretty tough for him. He doesn't have vision of the siege tanks. Oh, is there auto turret energy? There is just now. Can he drop the auto turret and get the kill? Huh. Doesn't need to. He drops the tank and gets the kill. But did he just lose one tank or two? Just one. Just one. Another Immortal shows up for Harstem. Stim is now done as his combat shields. And Harstem's going to be forced to tap out. Oh, he was in such a good position until he very quickly wasn't. Great job right there from Percival. That was exactly the situation I was worried about, where a small push that you don't clean up fully slowly builds momentum in just little things start to spiral out of control. Percival out-microing Harstem pretty hard right there, and he evens the series at 1 apiece. Really cool build out of Harstem, though, with the 2-gate Adept. I just think he needed... I think he needed to say, hey, I've done enough damage. I chill. I keep the Prism at home. I use that to juggle Immortals. The thing is, I don't even mind having the 3 Adepts on the other side of the map. I think that's actually okay. If he has them at home, he crushes the attack. Absolutely murders it. But unfortunately, not enough. Adepts are good in killing workers, that's it. They're also good in killing unstimmed, uncombat shielded Marines. I think they're very good at it. But unfortunately, he wasn't able to get it done. So it successfully happened, chat. I literally was injured for the full duration of the Zerg OP meta. I missed it all. I played 7 2v2s or something, or 5, 6, something like that. 6 or 7. Get wrecked. Oh, we sure did. But I maintain the moral superiority of having untainted MMR. You know how there's like in vampire settings, there's always like a hierarchy of the vampires, and it's like, oh, this person has royal blood or something, or this person has like yeah, it would be like royal blood like for like 400 years. I have untainted royal MMR. That's what I have right now. The suffering. Can I play yet? Not really. Not really, no. That's what Zerg was, Blizzard was waiting for before buffing Zerg. Yeah, I think we can all agree that Dilbert, Dilbert the intern that lives inside of me, was waiting till I injured myself before I could actually put those patches through. It's crazy how, like, man, life just finds a way, you know? I don't know if the Adept change will actually matter. Maybe mid-later game PvZ. It's actually going to be really good in, like, PvT mid and late game. You're actually going to be able to do a lot with it, surprisingly. CC's 300 minerals? Yeah, crazy change. Huge, 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 huge change. A little bit of vacuuming in the background. Not sure if you guys can hear it. Adept versus Hydra is going to be so much better. +3 Adepts, now 3-shot Hydras. So, yeah. Or conversely, so much worse for Hydra? Yeah. Yeah, plus, I think even +2 Adepts will 3-shot Hydra. Wait, no. Because it's 22, then 26, then 30. I mean, if you can somehow perfectly sync all 3 shots, an Adept will, with +2, will 3-shot a Hydra. But, I mean, yeah, that's not going to really be a big difference maker. Mines go nuts. You'll make them for harassment squads. The regen happens instantly. It does, and I think there's too much of a delay for it to actually work. I do wonder if, like, warping into Adepts might actually be really good against Terran late game now. Like, just literally warp into Adepts on a pylon from the left, pylon from the right, shade them into, like, the Zerg's or the Terran's 4th base, 3rd base as an attack is coming in, put him in a on hold position. You got yourself a stew going. You're cooking. Yeah, no, I don't think you're going to use them in a fight. But they're going to be better because small number of Marines now are going to have a really difficult time dealing with them. Much more so than before. That could be cool versus Terran. It's going to be amazing versus Terran. Potentially. Might as well use Zealots for that, then you save gas. Yes, except that against a planetary, the Zealots can't sit in a position that threatens the mineral line while also being out of range of the planetary fortress shots. Adepts can do that. Hero going to do some cool stuff with that, probably. I am almost certain that he will. It's not enough. I'm holding out for 200 minerals CC. I mean, you did just tier 2 sub, and we have figured out that I am somehow the intern. We don't know how, but I don't know. All right, let's get into it. Game number 3, our first non-sweep of the day. Let's see if it goes to game 5. Spawning down on the bottom left, it is Kirktown's Percival in the red. And his opponent spawning up the top right for the Shopify Rebellion. It's Harstem in the blue. Man, that's actually so cool. Maples might just become a top 10 foreigner, you know? Hope you're staying safe from the wildfire smoke. Thank you. Thank you, just Carlino. Yeah, it's pretty bad. Just got to keep breaking your arms to keep internship. Oh, no. Imagine that actually happens. Like, I get another injury like 2 months from now or like 2 years from now. And then all of a sudden, we get 6 more updates to StarCraft 2 over the course of my entire injury process. All of which are massive buffs to Zerg. And then they're like counteracted by buffs to the other races just as I get my cast off again. It's like, okay, I am Iron Man. Am I on Ontario? I am. It is smoky as hell. But fortunately, I'm staying inside. And we're avoiding the badness. Imagine by the end of this injury period, they just revert all changes. They're like, actually, you know what? None of this worked. Thanks for testing it. It's all good. You have an air purifier? We do. We do. But also, we don't... our building doesn't seem to have... Like, it seems to have pretty decent, maybe, air purification itself. Or at the very least, we're not... It's smoky in our hallway, or it smells smoky in our hallway, but not at all in our unit, in our condo. Oh, Harstem. Oh, no turnaround on the probe. And he sends it right into the main. Oh, Percival, once again, no depot lift. That's actually twice now he's done that in the last 2 games. And both times he would have killed the probe before it got into the main base. Oh, Harstem, though, doesn't keep moving the probe, so it will just get taken out. Funny how Percival was kind of microing that, as though, like, Harstem was going to take a big, like, juke. And just doesn't. They are playing cross-server. I don't know that Percival and Harstem have played against one another. I have to look that up. Like, surely they must have. But also, they certainly don't play often. Harstem. Reaper. Not going to be able to get a kill, and he loses that Reaper. Honestly, pretty awkward micro. Oh, they've played a fair number of tournament games against each other. Percival has won the last 2 series. Before that, Harstem had won every series they played. 6-2 in favor of Harstem. But the 2 most recent ones, yeah, going in the favor of Percival. And those are the only 2 played during the new year. Cole and a small fan. Yeah. It's very simple. second barracks being added in here. Thank you for the follow. Schmoove it. I like to schmoove it. We've got a proxy pylon. I like to schmoove it. Percival this time does not let the units inside. I do think that... Oh, man. I actually miss... So, okay. I feel pretty validated because a lot of the changes are like there are real impacts. We're seeing a lot, unironically, a lot more strategic variety than we have seen in a long time. Adept does shade forward into the natural. It will get at least one SCV. Marine's getting kind of baited to the low ground. Harstem. Oh, nice little bait there from Percival. Draws the Stalker shots in on top of that one Marine, and it dodges the attacks. Percival is... he is going to push this back. But Harstem doing a lot of damage. A lot of damage. Oh, no, he salvaged the bunker. Unironically, the worst thing Harstem could have done was shoot the bunker there, because it would have interrupted the salvage and it would have let Percival put his Marines inside. Now Percival might actually just be dead. He's got a tank about to pop out, but he's going to lose so many SCVs. He's already behind an army supply. Percival won't die right now, but he's been put in a situation where... Actually, will he? It is... Supply Depot doesn't get taken... Oh, my God. Oh, that was like 1 or 2 Stalker attacks from dying right there. And then Harstem with the next warp in. Maybe can just rush this tank. Oh, he is clumped up in a very awkward way. Percival sneaking up on him with that siege tank. Harstem is going to lose 2 of those Stalkers. That's actually a big deal. Adepts choose not to shade forward. Harstem will kill another Depot. That's actually going to supply block Percival in a situation where he is already so far behind. Oh, as the tank is re-sieging, Harstem's able to escape with the 3 Stalkers. Doesn't even need to recall. He's got a Robo Bay Robo Facility nearly done. Good micro on that 1 Stalker by Harstem. Twilight Council, Immortal. I wonder if instead of an Immortal, I would have enjoyed seeing a warp in of a units aggressively. It looks like Harstem wanted a Zealot, or a couple Zealots at home, and a Sentry. Percival does have a... I mean, this is kind of a similar situation to the previous game. It's an extreme economic advantage for Harstem. Not mineral-wise for the income with the 2 mules here. Oh, no, there was 3. I was going to say, that doesn't seem like it should be as close as it is, but Harstem does have 5 extra workers that aren't really gaining a lot of value. Percival is rebuilding workers. That is something that, if you can clock, you can see that Harstem will know that this is kind of done for. His attack... Oh, okay, now he knows for sure as he shades a couple of depths forward. I will say this, as I zoom out, it always looks janky as hell to me, and I kind of hate it. It makes my eyes bleed. But it's fine. 3rd Nexus now on the way. Templar Archive started up. He did get the charge upgrade. It's not done yet, but... Harstem is very far ahead. Basically, the moment that 3rd Nexus completes, he'll be able to fully saturate it, assuming he continues to build workers. Percival is taking a 3rd CC behind this. I do like the setup he's creating. If Harstem attacks in on 2 bases once again, these tanks are really well positioned. They're really well set up. Percival going to close the door on his way out here.
Hold the door.
Man, I feel like... feel so jazzed right now. Jazzercised. I love so much that they reduced the amount of time it'll take to transform your gateways. I think that's so freaking cool. Observer does spot the army. Stim and combat shields are done. +1 weapons just now started up. Harstem did Oh, did he start a forge? No, he didn't. Oh, he's going to try and jump this army. Archon in the middle. Good pick up there from Harstem. He's very much out of position. Oh my god, he's letting the army get completely on top of him. He's going to recall after eating a big mine shot. Super, super awkward from Harstem. Zealots getting separated off. A disastrous engagement for Harstem. He even lost the prism. Oh man, that was clunky as hell. He lost track of the army and moved out into a position where, frankly, things could not have really gone worse. And now Percival is absolutely right back in this game. Harstem with 3 theoretical victories. Tours? Did I miss something with the camera? Adept is well positioned here. Will spot the army. Forge starts up now. We've got Storm nearly completed. Blink, that's about halfway done. It's about a minute from completing. Ugh. Wouldn't mind. Gets the burrow off. Percival going to try and rotate over here. Harstem not expanding to a 4th yet. Man, he was really in a good position. But Percival has battled back in a big way. It is now +1 weapons done. Storm is available. He will drop a very juicy Storm on this bio on the left side. Harstem just on hold position, not paying attention to the right side. He's just going to lose like half of his army without even doing anything. It was just on hold position as units were just blasting him. Ay, 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 Harstem, please. He lost 3 immortals there. Storm, though. Blink is done. Please don't lose this prism again. All 8 gates are completed. Morphed in. Oh, that's a nice find. The medevac did fly over the army. Big Storm coming in here. The music could not have been better timed there. Cinematic moments for the music. Big swarm on top of the tanks. They will get taken down. Liberator's getting taken down as well. That is what Harstem needed after a lot of things went bad for him for a solid amount of time. Wouldn't mind shots. Not as big as they needed to be. Harstem is down in army supply, but a lot of it is in production for Percival. Can he push forward for the win? I'm getting sick nerd chills from this music, Tasteless. And it chills. As my chills disappear. Nice spot on the medevac. Did he see it? I don't think so. Harstem going to complete his +1 weapons. Both players have been very committed on lower unit counts. Harstem getting into the main base with a big warp-in. That means no warp-in at home, though. He is going to push at the front. Does land some solid storms on the army. More zealots warping into the main base. Ghosts being added in here. There is a counterattack on the other side of the map. Stalkers will warp in. Is that enough to deal with this? It might be. Ghost. Oh, it is very low on HP. We're going to keep that selected to see if it dies. Stalker does blink away. Does get chased down, but Harstem will be able to get the cleanup on this. Meanwhile, in the middle, a couple of Marauders getting too far forward. Percival will lose 3 out of 4. Ghost did survive. There it is. 4 kills and 1 HP. And wow. Apparently, assless chaps? What the fuck? What is that booty? What is that? I think that's the male ghost, too. Yo. Male ghost is thick as frick. How many kills on the Liberator in the main? I don't know, but there's 2 frickin' cheeks on that ghost right there. How do you even cast a game of StarCraft? How does Percival even play? How does he maintain the APM that he's got? Incredible. Absolutely incredible. Storm will take down that Widow Mine. It did try and re-burrow. We'll see what the kill count is on that Liberator main. Percival does have a new 4th base ready to go. 14 out of 2 SCVs in the main. He can send them over. Liberators are really making some nice room for Percy. +2 weapons is going to complete a little bit faster here. Yeah, look at that. 14 of 2. Where is the Liberator? Only 1 kill, evidently. Harstem does need some more splash. Oh, and, well, he's getting 2 Robo Bays. That's definitely not what he wants. But now he can get Warp Prism speed and Observer speed at the same time while ignoring Extended Thermal Lance. Oh, God, that EMP animation is so beautiful. Immortals do get taken out. There's no energy left on the Ghosts. Harstem continuing to try and push forward, but he just actually way overstayed. All of a sudden, the supply is looking very, very good for Percival. The Immortals going down was a big problem. It's now just a couple of Blink Stalkers left over. They're all going to get chased down. And the game has gone completely sideways for Harstem. He's on 5 bases. But Percival, Planetary at the 4th. 2-1 upgrades, a good number of Liberators. A Ghost that is caked up to the 9s. And the first Colossus just now hitting the field. Sorry if the vacuum cleaner is a little loud there. It is... Oh, it's a little loud. It's a little loud. My apologies. Harstem, oh man, he finds himself in a tough position. Percival getting the surround there on the army, catches Harstem against the wall and takes him out. Oh my God. Percival fighting back, not just in game 2, not in game 1, not just in game 2 either, but in all 3 games from a terrible position. He didn't ultimately win game 1, but he's able to turn 2 and 3 around. Harstem had himself a very good position. Extremely strong. But Percival has really, really shown his quality to battle back. It's a perfect first message for the situation, Schmoovit. Was this on the new patch? This is not on the new patch. This is on the old patch. All right. Oh, man. If Harstem goes on to lose this series, that would be quite unfortunate for him. He was in winning positions in all 3 of the first games. But that's the thing about Terran. It is a really scrappy race, and it is very easy to underestimate. It is very easy to underestimate things. And this is kind of what I was talking about before a little bit, where I feel like it's... Oh, man, my shoulder is actually bugging me a fair bit. I feel like it's easy to underestimate how good players like MaxPax are. MaxPax, Hero, Serral, Clem, Maru. Because they win those games almost all the time. You know, like from the start that Harstem had, for example, MaxPax would have like a 98% win rate. 95 at the lowest. But it is really easy to lose a game And a player like Percival did a really, really good job there. He did a phenomenal job of battling back. All right, I'm going to run 2 minutes of ads, and we'll get into the potentially final game of this series. Can Harstem set up? Go for that. You excited to cast Mask Ghost again? Mask Ghost every game now that they're 2 supply again? There are a lot more counters to them now, though. And you can abduct siege tanks again. I actually, on the whole of this, I don't think it is going to be as bad as some of the games were on the previous patch. I think on the previous patch, it was a lot worse. When Ghost had 125 HP. You couldn't abduct siege tanks. I think it was a lot worse for Zerg, yeah. And like a lot better for turtling and not moving out. I don't think Mass Ghost is a problem if the Terran player is moving out often, you know? Because they're then exposing themselves to infestors, for fungals, to banelings, to lots of stuff. I don't know if Zerg has a counter now that fungal doesn't cancel. It just means that you are going to have to be a lot more careful. Because fungal still locks the ghost down, and you can still kill him with just a couple banes. But we'll see. We'll see. Remember that the snipe energy change is a huge one. Instead of a max energy ghost being able to snipe 4 times, it can only snipe 2. Like, it's... The energy change is a big one. We got to remember that. They also did make it so that now ultras are 3-shottable again by snipes. So that is something to consider. But ultimately, Zerg still comes out ahead in theory on the how many snipes per ghost. What can those snipes do, basically? All right, let's get into the next one. Also, draining the energy on the ghost is going to be a lot more impactful, too. I mean, it was always impactful if you could somehow land the neural parasite, which I did once in a recent game, and I was so excited. All right, let's get into this. Game number 4. But if they just turtle, feels kind of tough. Potentially. But I do think that now that you can abduct siege tanks again, it's way less bad. Way less bad. We will see. We will see. All right, here we go. Spawning down on the bottom left for Kirktown. It is Percival in the red with 2 incredible comebacks already. Spawning up the top right for the Shopify Rebellion. It's Harstem in the blue. Oh, and he is going for a proxy. Percival is an SCV scouter. He tends to scout early and often. And he's going to do the same thing here. You're probably right about that, a cool guy. But, oh, wow, never mind. This is not a scout. This is a proxy. Okay, proxy v proxy. Harstem's going to find out, though, first. That's big. That is really, really big. The thing, though, as well to consider a cool guy, is that since they've reduced the gas count, you still need to secure more bases. You still need to secure more bases. Going down to 2,000 gas per base makes all of this less bad. Like, if you're only on 4 bases as Terran, that's 8,000 gas in total. No. Sorry, that's 16,000 gas? Yeah, 16,000 gas. Big difference. Big difference. Literally double. Whereas before, it would have been 18,000 gas. I do think the 300 minimal CC is a crazy change. We got a factory being built at home. Look at this. Harstem zapping up a lot of workers. He does lose his probe. He needs a shield battery, like, now, but the Reaper's already out. Uh-oh. Is Harstem just dead? Is Percival just dead? Are they both just dead? Yes, they're in a quantum superposition. It's Schrodinger's death. They're simultaneously both completely dead and both in a great position. But I think this is actually quite a bit worse for Harstem right now. He's losing a lot of probes. His shield battery is going to complete. He's lost 6 workers. Supply depot? Oh, he's going to try and repair it. Harstem, though, will kill all these SCVs. It's better that this was on a move. He's going to deny the factory for the moment. Actually, no, I think it is Percival that's dead. He's got nothing. He can't complete the factory. 2 Reapers will be out, but 2 Zealots and a Stalker absolutely can out-micro against that. He just needs to avoid the grenades. A good micro so far on the Reapers, Zealots. Attacking, ignoring the SCVs. It was a big mistake by those Zealots. That's going to allow Percival to clean up the Stalker. Ah, that was a huge mistake from Harstem. A massive, massive mistake. Factory will finally get completed during the kerfuffle. How is this happening? Harstem is getting massively, madly outplayed in a lot of these situations. Oh, but the Reaper, he does get the kill. SCVs not able to keep the Zealots off the Reaper this time. Widowmine is done at the top of the ramp. Harstem cannot go through it. And Percival stabilizes. He's got a CC on the way. I think he's ahead. I think he's solidly ahead. Incredible stuff out of Percival here. We should call him Perseverance, not Percival. Command center is more than half done by the time this Reaper arrives on the other side of the map. My captain! No! No recall, but there is a gateway done at home now. Warp gate will complete, and that's good. Now, the interesting thing about this is that warp gate doesn't change the amount of time it takes for a Stalker or any gateway unit if it was started before the warp gate research completes. Which I think would be very complicated to code. And I think that's fine. But I think it is something that Protoss players will have to pay more attention to their macro for. God, what a wild, amazing series this has been between these two so far. Percival now on double orbital. Oh, he drops the mules on the same mineral patch. That's a little awkward. But they correct. Oh. Harstem, get out of there! Baited into the siege tank fire. Oh, and Reaper's on the other side of the map. Gonna find 2 probes. No, they're gonna find 4 probes. Nope. Just 2. Wow. Harstem, very fortunate Percival wasn't paying attention to that particular moment. And additionally fortunate he didn't check the natural. Still, this is now quite a bad situation for Harstem. Oh, even loses another probe there. Percival should be moving out to take his command center very soon, but he may not be feeling pressured just yet. Harstem can't even lose 1 probe here. Oh my god, but he might lose a ton! 5 kills on that bad boy. And the unburrow. And it's GG as the Reapers come back into the natural. Oh, no. Holy moly. Well done by Percival. Just solidly out-microing Harstem there. Start to finish, pretty much. Really, really well done by Percival. Harstem did out-strategize Percival, particularly in the first 3 games. even game 1, I mean, honestly, I feel like game 1, game 2, and game 3 were all... Most players would agree they were unplayable for Percival after the early game, but he just would not be stopped. He was refusing to go down without a fight. Some real Rocky type shit. All right, and that's going to bring us to the 6th and final series of the day. ShoWTimE versus Krystianer. Going to be a PvP. I think Harstem was always good at early game strategy. I think so too. I think he's always had very cool ideas about the game. I think he knows his stuff. Unfortunately, I mean, Terran can do a lot of things in the hands of an exquisite player, and Percival very recently gave Cyril probably the most difficult time in a TvZ that I've seen in... From someone that wasn't Clem, Maru, or... Clem, Maru, or who? I would say just Clem or Maru. Clem, Maru, or Oliveira, I guess. Well, actually, he just put himself on that echelon, basically, on that tier. In that particular game, at the very least. It was... If you had replaced any of those 3 players with the name, you would say this guy played really well and pushed Cyril to his absolute limit. Which was really freaking cool to see. Cure, I actually don't think Cure... No, that's not true. Cure has definitely given Cyril fits. But it felt like... It feels like a lot of time, even when Cure is really close to winning against Cyril, sometimes he doesn't actually make it happen. Extra orbital is buffed? Yes. Yeah, there you can get a lot more things. Yeah, if you want to discuss the patch, there is the SC2 general chat in the server. I almost put Harstem winning the series. He did not. Percival won that one. All right, I am going to take a quick little break before I get into the next series, the final series of the day. Final match of the round of 12. It's going to be, once again, a PvP. Even a PvP can't dampen my moods about how exciting the new patch is. All right, we'll be back in a little bit. Stick around. All right, we're back. Pest DVT, Cure, or Maru? Cure. Right now, it's Cure. No doubt in me mind. No doubt in me mind. All right. PvP. Get those predictions in for the last game of the day. Spawning up in the top left, it is ShoWTimE. And his opponent spawning down in the bottom right for onside gaming, it is Krystianer in the blue. All right, PvP. It is going to be interesting to see what Protoss players kind of decide is the best timing to chrono boost. Mules interrupt each other, not SCVs. But you can only have mule mining, one mule mining per mineral patch. Correct. Is that in response to something? Did someone pose a question in chat that I missed? Mr. Poriforion. Once again, we're going to play a little bit of... Oh, pan flutes come on. We're going to play a little bit of... What do you call it? That game that I love. XCOM 2. After this series concludes... Probably take a small little break. Faster second... Oh, no. Same timing on the second gate. What am I saying? Wee woo wee. Wee woo wee woo. XCOM is great. Oh, it's such a good game. I have not yet finished an XCOM 2 campaign, and I only played a few of them. But I played a lot of XCOM 1. A decent amount of XCOM 1. Not a crazy amount. A decent amount. And I did complete XCOM 1. Man, it's so... XCOM 1 is so cool when you get the fighters. And you're able to start shooting down enemy ships. You get the, you start being able to salvage enemy, super, super strong weapons. Yes, I'm playing War of the Chosen right now. Yeah. ShoWTimE does get the kill on his opponent's first probe. Krystianer starts up 2 additional stalkers. You know what? Now that I think about it, I think the shield battery change that I have been pretty critical of, I think that's a big change for PvP. War of the Chosen makes it so much better. It's pretty cool. We just finished the first mission where you fight the assassin. Oh, Twilight Council against a 1-base push. He's going to need to cancel that. Maybe throw down a Robo. That Twilight will not help him. Not at all. Sees the Robo, sees a 3rd gate. Yeah, cancels it, starts the Robo. Absolutely the correct call. The sooner the better. Already has 1 shield battery done at home. Second one is... in production. Shield battery, that is. I was going to say, a little bit late on the warp in here from Krystianer. Or warp gate swap, I should say. He could just send a probe across the map and build a pylon. But he is going to rely on the prism. We warp in another unit at home? No, it looks like it's just going to be the 2 that were warped in here. And maybe just going to try and warp in all 3. Wonder if the warp gate cooldown is finished by this point. Oh yeah, it is. Yeah. First Immortal nearly halfway done here for ShoWTimE. He's going to need to buy himself a lot of time. Decent force fields to start up. Keep a lot of the Stalkers at bay. The other one's kind of bottled up. Oh, force fields very late there from ShoWTimE. That Immortal is nearly out. He needs to redrop some force fields. Does get a couple of decent ones. Probes are going to pull. Only one of them falling for the moment, and that's actually the only loss for ShoWTimE so far. Now that the Immortal's out, this gets a lot better for him. He doesn't have money to start the second one. Instead, he's going to go for a Prism. I don't know that he can... I mean... Oh, okay. That is a lot of damage on this one Immortal. There's Shield Battery healing above. He does use the Shield Battery at the natural for that. For the one that's in the mineral line, I should say. War Prism will get out here. ShoWTimE needs a little bit more cash to start up his next Immortal. Focused on regular-ass gateway production, though, which is buffed-ass gateway production. It's not new patch yet, so it's still 16 seconds, but that is mighty quick. ShoWTimE adding a 5th shield battery and another pylon. No, that's another shield battery. Krystianer going to try and warp in directly into the fight. Kind of blocks his concave just a little bit. The Immortal just putting in so much work. And as the second Immortal is about to pop, more and more shield batteries complete. This is looking better and better for ShoWTimE. Krystianer has not been able to break through. Maybe going to switch to the main base. There's already a probe on patrol. We've got a Robo Bay added in from Krystianer. He's going to swap into Disruptors. ShoWTimE will push this back. He was anticipating a full commit into the main base. ShoWTimE is going to start building probes again, and he absolutely can. But he does need to be careful. Oh. Nexus coming in behind us from Krystianer. He's too far behind in economy at the moment to macro out of this. He needs to get a lot more work done. I mean, to be fair, while he does have a little bit of time before these mineral patches expire... Oh, this is a really bad position for Krystianer. ShoWTimE jumps him. 3 Immortals absolutely blast a bunch of the Stalkers. Yeah, that's just going to be GG. Well played by ShoWTimE. Well done. A yaya. A cha-cha. Woo-woo. Oh. We've got one more series ahead of us for the OSC midseason players. Once again, big shout out to OSC EddieSC2 for putting on... Oh, God, my shoulder. Putting on another midseason playoffs and just all the work he does in general. All right, game 2 is going to be on Washout. Washout LE. All right, let's get the official patch notes linked into the Discord. July 16th. 5.0.16b. Huh. Official patch notes. Ghost Disruptor Phantom weapon range decreased from 11.35 to 7. Very, very interesting. Gateway train visuals will no longer trigger if effects graphic options are set to low. Fix an issue where workers interacted incorrectly with allied structures. Huh. Warp gates now have selection subgroup priority over gateways. Warp gates and gateways are now considered distinct units when issuing select all commands. Gateways and warp gates can now be issued orders to transform regardless of which is the primary subgroup selection. Reverted spawned hallucinations inheriting their caster's order queue. Okay, yeah. Selection radius color is now distinct for primary subgroup. Selection when colorblind mode is enabled. Fix an issue in team games where cyclones could fail to deal damage to units detected by an ally. Oh. Wow, what a random ass thing that would have been. Random ass change. Once again, thank you very much for everyone tuning in. Appreciate the support. We just got a 64th subscriber plus point of the month. Much like the individual day counter on taking off my cast, I'm counting down the... Oh, well, we'll be counting up, I guess, the subscriber plus points as we get closer to 100. Oh, look at that split from ShoWTimE. 1-1-1 split. Oh, that was nice. Also, I didn't realize PrintF got himself a gifted sub. All right, here we go. Spawning down on the bottom left. It is ShoWTimE in the red. And his opponent spawning up at the top right for Onside Gaming is Krystianer in the blue. ShoWTimE with some nice mineral stacking as well. Nice probe stacking. And he gets the pylon down just a little bit faster. Mineral stacking is extremely valuable if you can do it. And if you can do it correctly without having your probes bounce around all over the place, your workers, whatever they are, SCVs. Probes are the easiest because you get up to 12, I think, the fastest. You get a higher probe count the fastest, and you don't need to, for example, as Terran, have your SCV not mining, therefore it's not one of the original workers on the line. And as Zerg, make a unit, you also have to do less commands to make your workers. So you can spend more time rallying the probes or spam clicking on the close positions. And it might not seem like much, but select Nexus, build probe, versus select hatchery, select larva, build drone. It's small, but it's just one extra action for every worker. That means the Protoss can dictate a little bit more attention and have a higher impact with their mineral stacking, since they benefit from doing so earlier, and it's slightly easier to execute. Proxy coming in from Krystianer, it looks like. ShoWTimE sending a probe across the map. ShoWTimE is the favorite here, I think. I think most people would agree, especially in a standard macro game. But Krystianer is a very scary opponent. Decidedly so. It is going to be Proxy Robo. All right. ShoWTimE looking around for the second pylon says, hey, you're committing a crime. No second pylon? That's illegal. You can't just be out here doing that. Wonder if he did notice that this gateway was not producing for a little bit. I think probably. Will he find this Proxy Robo is the big question. ShoWTimE did build a third pylon on the low ground, but he has gone for 4 units before anything else. Oh, if he checks right here, he will find this. But he's actually moving out. Will find a Stalker. Oh, that's really good. A little bit awkward that he gets intercepted on the other side and has to switch to a different target. Actually, very awkward for ShoWTimE. But he might be... Oh, wow. Good footsies from both players. ShoWTimE, I mean, it's going to come out even. He should be thinking your units shouldn't have been there. And there's a reason that they were. But there's already an Immortal out. ShoWTimE did take a Nexus and has built an additional... Or has built the Robo now. Oh. Oh, that's a big scout for ShoWTimE. Does he lose this Stalker? He will. That interception is going to be too much. He should just keep running. No reason not to. We have Warp Gate completing for both players in a moment. Proxy Prism is nearly done. Clean move and shoot there from Krystianer. Oh, very clean. That Stalker barely stopped at all. That was actually really, really clean. I feel like I normally don't see players pulling that off as well as they did. Oh, recall. Coming in here. Getting 2 of those Stalkers is huge. ShoWTimE? No. We need an Immortal. We can't be building a Prism and sending it across the map. That's crazy. That is crazy. You know for a fact at this point that it is Proxy Robo. Pylon will go down immediately. That does actually supply block. No, it supply blocks him right as he's trying to build the Immortal. And he chronoed into it too. He kills his own probe in order to free the supply. That's a smart move. But he's already lost the first gateway at the front. Krystianer will be able to pick up everything. These are the last games we're going to see where the load all button currently exists. That is huge. Being able to kill this gas from the low ground. Oh my god. Proxy Robo is so good on washout. Holy crap. Immortal's now going to be ferried to the high ground. Force field being dropped by Krystianer and ShoWTimE alike. Sentry does get taken out. We're seeing Krystianer still trying to force the high ground. I don't think he needed to do that. I think just a little bit of kiting was good enough. Ooh, double adept on the other side. That will force a recall. A hasty recall at that. And only 3 units actually being sent back home. ShoWTimE can absolutely continue to harass. Oh my goodness, it's a full-on send into the main base by Krystianer. Probes are going to have to pull. They do get pulled. The sentry that was blocking the probes from entering does get killed. It's actually better, of course, for ShoWTimE. He needs to target down the Immortals of his opponent with his own Immortals. Tries to do so. 11 probes go down. ShoWTimE is now behind in workers. Krystianer back into the main base. A 4th Immortal is going to show up and is going to even the series of 1 apiece. This is way too much for ShoWTimE to handle. Nice save there from Krystianer on that 2nd Immortal that was about to go down. And it is even Stevens. After 4 straight sweeps, 2 games, or 2 series where it's 1-1 after the first 2 games. That's good. That's good. Das Boot. Das Booty. Oh. I need to do more shoulder stretches. All right, minute of ads real quick. All right, next up is going to be... Which map is this? I looked at it for just a split second. Rorschach. Ooh. Man, being able to hit that gas from the low ground is insanely strong. Absolutely insanely strong. All right, here we go. Game number 3. Spawning down in the bottom left, it is ShoWTimE. Our early game demons. And spawning down in the bottom right, it is Onside Gaming's Krystianer in the blue. ShoWTimE starting his chrono at 8 seconds. Krystianer starting it at 13 seconds. That is late. That actually does mean Krystianer is going to lose out on an extra probe for just a little bit of time. Not a crazy amount, but that means he's... No, sharding was correct. It's Startails sharding.
She-Ball.
Man, parting would have been great for... Why didn't they bring parting back for the Legends match? They should have brought parting instead of Idra. I mean, I don't want to do a PvP, but I think if they were going to do anything, they should have done Idra Huck. If they... I don't know if Huck wanted to, but Idra coming in is so surprising. I wonder if he's going to practice. Like, legitimately, I wonder if he's going to practice at all. Or if he's just going to show up, collect his check, and just say, like, yeah, I'm just here to get paid. They offered me $5,000 to play in this. You miss parting? No one calls him the Spear of Adun but me. You're probably right about that. Until now, parting the Spear of Adun. Parting the Pair of Adun. No Scouterino here from Krystianer just yet. Okay, just a little bit of a later scout. Oh, well. Whoop. Parting the only player who managed to full block a ramp with one singular pylon. One of, I would say, GSL's biggest fails was allowing that to happen. Not QA testing that. Parting, not at all his fault for using that. But GSL, absolutely their fault for allowing it to happen. Now, you can make... Oh my god, this mineral patch was just not being used at all. You can make an argument, and a relatively valid one, that Parting did the research and he should be rewarded. But also, that's not like that was a thing that was absolutely a known bug. Or not a known bug. It was something that was agreed upon as too strong in the game. In no unclear terms either. And I think in a match of that level and caliber, I don't think Solar should have been punished for it. Proxy Stargate. Oh, it got scouted like immediately. Oh, nice job. Best aggressive Protoss, the complete opposition, complete opposite of the defensive Shield of Fire stats. Surrender to this pair. Yar. Ooh, proxy coming in from ShoWTimE. That's the thing, like, just a proxy pylon. So much more effective in PvP now. Obviously, before, you could still warp in just 2 adepts off of a proxy, but 11 seconds to warp in means that there was so much opportunity for those units to just die. Now, though, not really. Not really. They'll just warp in fast. Ooh, seeing these warp gates swap should be a bit of information. Depths? No, it's going to be Stalkers. Oh, we're getting aggressive. Oh, we're getting very aggressive here. Krystianer did build Double Oracle. That is going to make it a lot more difficult to hold. He does start his own shield battery defensively, but ShoWTimE, he is quite far ahead in the number of units that he's got. Krystianer's got, like, nothing. He swaps his warp gates in. But he's not going to take advantage of the Defender's Advantage warp gate, or Defender's Advantage gateway warp gates. Target fire on the Stasis Trap will get the kill. Oh, and he gets a trap on this one Stalker. It dies and drains a bunch of shield battery energy on the way. Meanwhile, the shield battery will get depowered. I think ShoWTimE's just going to kill him here. D-Mauer says, I'm the pair of Adun now. Aggression coming in. Probe's going to try and pull. A couple more Stalkers did join up for Krystianer. ShoWTimE is probing behind this. He's trying to ignore the Oracle. I think there's too much DPS. I think you do want to shoot that. It's able to chase units a little bit too effectively. And And, I mean, it's such a higher value kill than a Stalker. ShoWTimE, though, still goes 1 for 1 there. At the end. And kills a probe. He's still got an opportunity to potentially end this game here and now. And he is going for it. Krystianer just warped in. He is going to lose a lot of these Stalkers before the probes are pulled once more. And there's no block on the Stalkers just walking back out. Even if ShoWTimE doesn't win right now, he's put himself in such a good position. Oh, this is a little awkward, though, for ShoWTimE. Probes on the other side of the map are going to fall to that energy recharged Oracle. Krystianer recognizing he did need to get something done on the other side. Shield battery has now completed, though. Oracle still has juice, though. And the shield battery runs out. But ShoWTimE still comes out ahead in a big way. And has a tenuous hold on his opponent's natural. Krystianer. Oh, he's able to get a kill on a Stalker, and now it's 4 versus 4. A lot of probes are pulling, though. And it's a massive income advantage for ShoWTimE. The Oracle did kind of, in a sense, keep Krystianer in this game. But in another more real sense, he's completely dead. Now he's going to try and go for a DT Shrine. Nice little stasis trap. Finds a lot of lost mining time. Traps a probe. Oh, gas deleted. Sad. If this DT Shrine completes, ShoWTimE might just die. Oh no, what am I saying? He's got a robo facility. Nope, he's got an observer. I didn't see any observer in the production tab, and for some reason my brain thought that this was canceled and turned into a Twilight Council, and I saw Blink, but it was... No, it was something else was canceled to build the robo. Yeah, ShoWTimE, I was like, this feels like he should be building a robo right now. If your opponent's staying in a game like this, they have to have something up their sleeve. And the only thing it really could be, I would say, is DTs, yeah. But ShoWTimE's been ready for this for a while. And he's also going to have his Blink done. Swapping his warp gates, or his gateways into warp gates. Paying the gateway tax right away. And he's going to find these 2 DTs. Will Krystianer tap out? The answer is a resounding yes. He knows he is way too far behind. GG. Well done by ShoWTimE. And he puts himself on match point. Top 8 point. The CC is actually 300 minerals. Not in these games, but yes. Yes, it is. Welcome, Agaroth. Hope you're having a good time. Hope you're doing well. Once again, we are going to be playing a little bit of XCOM 2 War of the Chosen after this. Part of this is I haven't played XCOM in 3 years, and I really enjoy it. I think it's an awesome game, awesome franchise. And I never completed XCOM 2's War of the Chosen. I also don't think I completed XCOM 2... Maybe I did. Maybe I completed normal XCOM 2. War of the Chosen is just so good, though. It is really just phenomenal. All right, game 4, and potentially the last one of the series. I'm not sure. Spoiler free. Eddie does a great job of that. Tokamak. So come back later after the lame stuff. Heh. Cheeky Temla. I never played vanilla XCOM 2 because I got the complete pack. Oh, fair enough. You watched all the XCOM franchise cutscenes and dialogue to know the lore? Nice. There is some really, like, oh my god. The lore of XCOM 2 being that XCOM 1 was not the canon ending. but also was, is so freaking cool. So cool. So the recommendation was to play War of the Chosen off the bat after XCOM 1. You? Heh. Is XCOM 1 like held in just really low regard? Basically, nearly no one finished Legendary. Oh, impossible. Basically, decision was after looking at the stats of how people played XCOM 1. Snitties? What? Oh, no. They made the impossible ending where you lose the cannon? Wait, the impossible ending... Wait, oh, so legendary ending is... Wait, so sorry, so this was in response to basically no one being able to beat the game. Am I hearing that correctly? All right, here we go. Spawning up at the top right of Tokamak. It is ShoWTimE. And his opponent spawning down on the bottom left for Onside Gaming. It's Krystianer in the blue. Yeah, I do remember looking at XCOM 1 Impossible and seeing, like, yeah, almost no one completed it on Steam. Like, the achievement was just... I think it was like less than 0.1% of players had completed that, which is, I mean, that's already less than 1 in 1,000. Which, I mean, XCOM 1 is already a pretty... I feel like you don't accidentally play XCOM. You're not like, oh man, I'm a real casual gamer. I'm going to check out this kind of hardcore tactics game. You might have some people that are like, I'm a tactics game fan, and play it and be like, oh, I'm surprised at the difficulty. That'll absolutely happen. But I feel like you're not going to have anyone that, like, won't really... like, do anything. Spin off the idea that XCOM 1's expansion Enemy Within were Exalt were actually the good guys. And you as the captured commander were actually deployed to help the aliens win. Oh. That's... yeah, because XCOM 1 is XCOM Enemy Unknown. Wow, so... oh, that's really cool. Krystianer, by the way, initially 16 of 16 and only had 1 on gas, but now adding more and more to go to 14 of 16 and 2 and 2. ShoWTimE doing the same, but I think maybe a little... oh, no, at like the same time. Interesting. Oh, proxy coming in from Krystianer. This is the... he's proxied her all in every game. He did a 3-gate robo off 1 base in game 1. Proxy robo in game 2. Proxy Stargate in game 3. And now is proxying another Stargate in game 4. I mean, there's a reason we call him D-Mauer. That is because he is a tough nut to crack. Fake zealot. Absolutely fake zealot. Oh! Ho, 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 ho. He canceled and rebuilt it. That is quite interesting there. I don't know that ShoWTimE would have been able to tell. He's worried, of course, about a proxy robo. But Tokamak has a lot of positions a proxy could be in. He's already checked a lot of them. Oh, he's going to find it. He's going to find it. Incredible stuff out of ShoWTimE here. And he's going to find it before the Oracle pops out, which is really, really nice. I wonder if... oh, man, this is so bad for Krystianer. He's taking a Nexus, but ShoWTimE's building a third gate. Shield battery going to be started up. You know what would be an amazing play? Pylon on top of the Stargate. Or, I mean, you just keep the probe there. You don't even need the pylon necessarily. Just see if a second Oracle is being built, because if there's not, which there isn't, if ShoWTimE knows that... Oh, he's just attacking the pylon. Yep, that works for me. Shield battery will complete on the low ground, but it's already going to take a little bit of shield damage. Oh, ShoWTimE needs to pull back. He does not want to take that fight. That is a really, really good fight for Krystianer. That's going to let him get a lot of damage on this. However, I think ShoWTimE can still just end the game right now. 9 Stalkers to 3. Yes, 2 of them are at home, but already shield battery fully drained. Force field, Sentry will get warped in. Krystianer, of course, knows he has to give up this Nexus. Oh my god, he cannot try and save this. Absolutely not. It's forbidden. That is forbidden tech. No, no, no! Oh, he saw it and he didn't. He could have put the probe right here and would not have been blocked. Honestly, unfortunate mistake there for ShoWTimE. That's actually going to delay his expansion so much. Full duration of the stasis. He's got money for it now. Did have to throw down a Twilight Council first, though. This probe, by the way, it's actually already knocked out all the shields and half the HP. Oh my god, the Oracle's going to come back home and actually going to kill it. No, let it kill it. Don't actually. That'd be terrible for him. Got it down to 60 HP. That's kind of nuts. I just saw 2 Adepts get produced. Oh, this pylon right here. Warped in from high ground to low ground. Oh, hallucinated Phoenix. Oh, gotta be careful. That is a ready Sentry. Immortal being produced by Krystianer. Oh, ShoWTimE could drop 8. No, he's not able to. Stalker will warp in defensively, though. This is going to be at least a few probes. Already getting 5. Can he get the 6th? He does. Even though the shots... Wait. It says 5 probes died. Okay, I'm crazy. I'm crazy. He gets 5 probes. Krystianer's on 34 probes to 24. I mean, if Krystianer ever gets to expand, this is a really bad situation for ShoWTimE, potentially. Even just with long-distance mining, Krystianer, I think, will have better economy until ShoWTimE's at, like, 28 probes, 29, maybe even 30. ShoWTimE will still get ahead, though. Yeah, no, he's currently ahead. It is a long distance from the main to the natural. Oh, this is actually kind of nice that this gets caught. Obviously, losing the Stalker as a fighting unit is bad, but getting a permanent bit of vision on your opponent's army is very, very good. Oh, good force fields. Traps one of those Stalker. Well, traps a few, but kills one of them. Oh, a little bit of a bait attempted, I think, to the low ground. Oh, Prism. Oh, no, don't lose that. It does go down. He gets the Adepts out, but that's really, really painful. Oh, a blink forward. Can he snipe the Immortal? He's going to go for it. No, he switches to other units. If he'd gone for a Sentry... Actually, if he'd gone for 2 Sentries there, he kills both. Unfortunately, I think he got nothing. But he will find an intercept on these 2 Stalkers. They will both go down. Nicely done by ShoWTimE. He now finds himself caught right back up in workers. A lot of potential to end the game. He's got to be careful about stasis traps. Oh, nice job. Does get the blink out, avoiding that first one. Double Adept on the other side. Gonna try and find a little bit of equalizing damage. He needs a lot, though. Only gets 2 kills. Meanwhile, other side of the map. ShoWTimE kind of bullying a little bit. He could try and blink into the main base with a hallucination, but he is just going to try and utilize the blink and slowly whittle down Krystianer. He's doing a good job of that. Immortal number 3 does join up. 2 of the Immortals have their barrier on cooldown right now. One of them is low on shields. I think ShoWTimE, yeah, he blinked into that stasis trap. Oh, nice energy recharge, but he is still going to lose one Immortal. The other one getting kept out of the fight by a great force field from ShoWTimE. 2 Immortals go down. ShoWTimE, at this point, can almost blink forward and kill the third. But first, he is going to keep it out of the fight again, sniping down a good number of Stalkers. There's now almost nothing left for Krystianer. And ShoWTimE blasts down the final Immortal and will take the game in the series. Clean, crisp, beautiful execution from ShoWTimE. And he closes out this one. Well done. Small clap, but a nice dub. And that will put him into... And you, as the captured commander, will actually deploy to help the alien win. I thought that was canon. You bet the house on ShoWTimE. Glad you did. Nice. Oh, that's going to be a nice little payday for you then. Nice little payday. Nice little payday. Krystianer would be a good value bet, though. But ShoWTimE is just so solid when he's on point. And he was certainly on point there. All right, that is going to do it for me for the OSC midseason playoffs. I'm going to switch gears a little bit, play some XCOM 2. XCOM the Second. We're not going to play for too long, though. Fiance Fast is waiting in the wings, so we're not going to leave her abandoned. But we will play a little bit of the old XCOM. XCOM, give it to you. You have a house in this economy? Once again, big thank you to EddieSC2 for running this one. And check out his tournament happening on Sunday morning. Wardy will be streaming it. You can sign up. It's a little bit of cash in the prize pool. Pretty cool. XCOM 2 or The Chosen. What's the third? No, not ranks. XCOM difficulty. Commander. Yeah, we chose Commander. XCOM 2 or The Chosen, Commander. Difficulty. All right. Oh, wow. Someone else is playing XCOM 2 with 3,500 viewers. Damn. Or there's 3.5k people watching XCOM 2. That's crazy. Admiral Baru. Cool. Cool. 6 hours later, just one more mission. All right. We're going to do 3 minutes of ads. We're going to switch things up. And we'll be right back. All right. We've got a... What do we have to do? We got to do something. Got to change... What setting do I have to change? Oh, I remember what I have to do. I have to route... something into something else. For some reason, I need to route my microphone into my speakers. And I don't understand why. But apparently I do.
Commander, you have performed very poorly. We are as disappointed as we could possibly be. Just want to make it as clear as we can. You shouldn't have done any of that. We love what you've done with the place. But to be frank, we wish you hadn't.
All right, we're going to switch off the YouTube stream. We're going to bring it back with a different game. XCOM 2 War of the Chosen. So that's two separate streams. Two separate streams, and if you're not interested in that, well, that's fine. Bye-bye, YouTube, but also, very shortly, hello, YouTube.